is the Glass Cannon Network.
Good evening, everyone. It's Friday night, and it's time for the season finale of Time for Chaos. That's right, you heard it. The season finale. I said we were going to do it in 20. It's episode 20, and when we finished last week, I stayed up for hours just staring at what I thought the rest of this particular arc of our story was. And I'm like, you know what? Next week, let's just play till we finish it. So this might be a 2-hour ep. Might be a 90-minute ep. It might be a 3-hour ep. I don't know. But we end this chapter tonight. I wasn't going to drink at all. And then when I showed up in the video call, everyone else was drinking. So I grabbed a bottle of Talisker 10 that I've had for over 2 years because I just never drink scotch. Because everybody's drinking. Noura was like, oh yeah, I've got a gallon of scotch next to me. What are you drinking, Noura?
I got a Lagavulin 16.
Ooh, 16, trying to show me up.
Smoky.
Ooh, I just poured way too much.
Oh,
I don't know what I was thinking. I really went 4 fingers deep.
Yeah.
Chat, pour one out for our characters.
What are you drinking there, Rob?
This is a Woodford Reserve.
Ooh.
I think it's a Trader Joe's special bourbon. It's delicious.
American bourbon. Ross, do you have a grasshopper or something creamy?
Oh, yes.
A mudslide?
No, I wish I had a big old white Russian next to me, but no. I'm just sipping on pure spring water.
You're doing it the right way. What about, Kate, you should be drinking champagne, because is it true that you closed on a house today?
Yeah, I drove back here, went and got a box of wine, which I am drinking. I also have champagne, but I feel like that's not... We don't know how long this is going to go, and Champagne Kate is no fun.
Save the champagne for the end of the ep.
We don't know how celebratory the episode's going to be.
Yeah.
She'll get a headache.
That's great. Box wine is really, we're all at different levels here, and that's what's nice. It's early, and I really, really regret that pour. How is everybody feeling? Did you enjoy season 1 of Time for Chaos?
Yeah, it's been a blast. Getting to meet everybody has been super cool. That's probably the best part.
Yeah.
Chilling with you guys.
The friends you made along the way.
Right, that's the real story.
Yeah, playing a system that I was completely unfamiliar with. Super cool and different. Really into it.
The character dynamics have been my favorite.
Yeah.
They've really
Love
grown.
how the team came together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of doing the prologue, the Peru prologue, is it gives a chance for the investigators not only to get to know Jackson Elias so that his death has more meaning, but to get to know each other. And now these bonds, you've been through you've trauma bonded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ross, you've done a decent amount of Call of Cthulhu before this, but how are you enjoying a more long-form campaign?
Oh, man, I love it. I love just the slow burn spiral into the the dark gulfs between the stars. I'm stoked to see how we continue to fall down the rabbit hole. And I love all these characters, and I know how brutal and ruthless this system is, and it actually. I'm pre-mourning what may happen to one or all of these dear folks over the course of this evening.
Yeah, it's tough. It is such an unforgiving system. And that's why a lot of people, I was saying that before we went live, why a lot of people choose to use pulp rules, because the characters are a little more durable, a little more sticky, a little more superhero-esque. We certainly play, I think we kind of go back and forth. Thematically, we sometimes get a little pulpy in the way we over-dramatize things, but we're playing the straight non-pulp rules. And luckily, everyone's survived so far. Yeah. But you just feel like everything's been building towards tonight. Noura, I know you've played a lot of Call of Cthulhu, maybe logged the most of any of us. Are you enjoying the campaign so far?
I love it. Like the only time I've ever played, a Call of Cthulhu run longer than like 3-4 episodes was also the one that you ran.
I
think that we ran that for 10.
That was 5 2-hour episodes. Felt like 10,
so
right?
that felt like the longest out, because usually they've just been like one shots or like 1 or 2 games. So it's been really nice to like really sink your teeth into like a proper campaign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Kate, I've been wanting to get you on something forever, and finally we got you on something with some legs, because you were on all these 3-episode things. Are you enjoying doing something a little longer?
Oh yeah, like playing new games all the time was really fun, but like once you get the hang of it, it's over. And not that I feel like I'm getting the hang of this, or like maybe my character is, because what's cool about this is in the beginning, I mean, like any other RPG, you're doing your investigating phase and you don't really know what's going on. Then when you start to get it, at least in Peru and America so far, it doesn't matter. It's like all still too much and too chaotic, and like will never feel like you have control at all over the situation. And that's fun. And I mean, I'm attached to all the characters, but like I'm ready for some shit to happen. I want to see like crazy stuff. I want like more characters to come in, or one person to live forever and just become really mythosed out. And yeah, I want crazy stuff to happen.
Rainbow Snake God.
Yeah.
That status.
That is the beauty of surviving long into a campaign like this. Your character, it's unlike, a D&D or Pathfinder. It's all of a sudden you got 800 hit points. No, your hit points kind of stay right around the same time, but you start to unlock magic and you start to unlock, abilities that allow you to contend with these cosmic horrors. Whereas now you're just kind of these squishy humans.
But you never become a superhero. Like, even when you learn that, it's like you're ggiving something else away.
The power
so
comes
that's pretty cool.
at a price.
Unless you make a pact with a god, which is always on the table.
I do that now.
One of my favorite parts, and one of the reasons I wanted to do this in the first place, was really to get to learn Call of Cthulhu, because you can only read these books so much. You got to dig in, you got to start playing, you got to make mistakes, and we're still learning. Right before we went live, I hopped on a private channel with Michael, and Michael, by the way, has been so wildly helpful throughout all of this. He's been on stream with us since the beginning. He sends notes to me after every session, notes for the players. So a big shout out to Michael behind the scenes. He's so helpful. I jumped in to ask him the most basic question about Call of Cthulhu combat rules, because I just totally forgot. But it has been nice to really stretch our legs and learn what I think is just an elegant, beautiful system that allows you to kind of do whatever you want, but still has that crunch that people like, that strive for in, your more traditional D20 games. Also, big shout out to Harry. Harry was our producer for most of the run, but his internet wasn't great, so we had to be like, "Sorry, Harry, we gotta move on." But Harry did a lot, and Grant helped him a ton, making those first few episodes shine, the first dozen or so. And Ian stepped up and did a couple, but the last few, our good buddy Joe O'Brien has been behind the scenes producing these. That's what Joe does. Tireless efforts to make sure the network runs, and so big shout out to Joe as well. Tonight has a feeling of finality, but at the end, this is really just the beginning, because there is so much more to this story. So should you survive? Should you die? Should you go insane? Should something even worse happen? This is just the beginning of the adventure. So I'm going to dive right in, because like I said, I don't know how long it's going to go, and I'm chomping at the bit. I have not been able to stop thinking about tonight's episode ever since we finished the last. And I think the best way to start is with a true recap of what has happened thus far since you came to America. What a season it's been. I had in my head 20 episodes, and here we are at 20. We'll see. And if in a few hours I'm like, wow, we still got a lot to go, we'll go 21. But I really think we can do this. And this part of our adventure all began with a simple telegram from your good friend, Jackson Elias, who you met 4 years ago while going on a strange expedition in Peru, where you faced these vampires known as Karisiri, these face-sucking vampires known as Kirisiri, and all these remnants of a lost cult that began when the conquistadors came over. Jackson called all of you to New York urgently to meet with him because he claimed to have new information on the infamous Carlisle expedition. Everyone's heard of the Carlisle expedition. Millionaire playboy Roger Carlyle left New York to head on a similar mysterious expedition to Egypt. That was the plan. That was what was in the public eye. He was going to Egypt. They said maybe he's looking for biblical treasures. It wasn't quite clear what he was looking for. They were never very forthcoming, but he had a lot of money. He had the Carlyle name, and he wanted to do that. He traveled there with his friend, Jack Brady, his psychologist at the time, a man by the name of Dr. Robert Houston, a close friend of his, perhaps a former lover. There was talk that they were connected back in the day, a woman by the name of Hypatia Masters. And they went from New York to England to meet up with the last member of the expedition, a renowned Egyptologist named Sir Aubrey Penhew, who was co-heading up the expedition. After arriving in England and doing whatever they did there, they traveled to East Africa, to Mombasa, Kenya. And then while in Kenya, they decided to go inland for a safari in and around Nairobi. Something happened during that safari, and the expedition was lost. Roger's sister, Erica Carlyle, then traveled to Africa to investigate, and it was soon discovered that the entire expedition was massacred. There was a group of Kikuyu tribesmen who were tried and found guilty of the massacre and put to death by hanging. Case closed, right? Or was it? You show up at Jackson's hotel room at the Chelsea Hotel, and find him freshly murdered. He's got a strange symbol carved into his forehead, almost reminiscent of the lamprey-like mouths of those Karisiri that you faced while in Peru, but different as well. You see his killers, a trio of strange headband-wearing men fleeing from the scene of the crime, jumping out the fire escape. They got away. And for the past 8 days since that murder took place, it's only been 8 days, you've been trying to unravel these mysteries. The mystery of not only why Jackson Elias was killed, but also what he knew about the possibility that perhaps this Carlisle expedition was never massacred. You speak to his close friends and confidants and find out that he had become obsessed as of late with the expedition, an obsession that seemed to be driving him mad, as evidence in some of his late letters to his close friends. It got to the point where it seemed like he knew his life was in danger, and his dying wish was for the four of you, his close friends, to finish his investigation because he believed what happened and something going on with the Carlisle expedition is tied into the fate of the very world. At Jackson's funeral, Lieutenant Martin Poole shows up, takes you downtown. He knows you were at the Chelsea Hotel on the night of Jackson's murder, and he wants to know what you know. He then tells you, after you realize this, you had nothing to do with it, there was a string of similar murders to Jackson's, a few months ago, and going back over a year, people going missing and some of them turning up dead all over the city. But a man was arrested and sent to death row for the crimes, a man named Hilton Adams, and there hadn't been any other murders until Jackson Elias. He thought all along that Adams was set up, and also that the 14th Precinct captain who presided over his arrest had something to do with the setup. The fact that Jackson is now found dead is just further proving his suspicions. So this captain, William Robeson, seems like a dirty cop. Meanwhile, you make friends with a New York Times reporter by the name of Rebecca Schosenberg, who sets you up with a meeting with Hilton Adams' wife, Millie Adams. They both proclaim that Hilton is innocent, and Millie gets you a meeting with Hilton himself at Sing Sing prison while he's awaiting a date with the electric chair. so he can tell you what he knows. And he tells you that long before he was arrested, he and his old military buddies, a group of guys that were all in the Harlem Hellfighters during the Great War, they were looking into what was happening with the disappearances in Harlem, trying to protect their neighborhood. And it all seemed to connect to this little shop of African curios called the Juju House. You investigate this Juju House. It's a small little antique shop run by an unassuming, old, elderly African man named Silas Nkwane. Something doesn't seem right, though. So you stake the place out at night, and when you do, you see several people going into the shop, more than could ever fit into that tiny space. You listen after the guard goes in, the guy standing outside, the bouncer, and you just hear strange, distant sounds within. So you break into the shop one night when no one is around. You uncover a hidden door on the floor leading down into a chamber. You go into this chamber and you are attacked by 4 zombie-like people, no doubt 4 of the missing Harlemites. And you open up a hole in the floor to uncover this wailing monstrosity made up of dozens of faces and half bodies reaching out at you with their mouths. All of your sanity is tested. Poor Vaughn is on the brink. So during all of this, Millie Adams goes missing as well. So you bring this evidence to Lieutenant Poole. He seems like the only person with any authority that you can trust, and he promises to do something about it off the books. He hasn't been heard from since. Meanwhile, you purchase tickets to a benefit gala hosted by Erica Carlisle, Roger's sister, where she tells you about Roger's dalliances with a woman named Nchanka Bonet, which may have led him to his expedition to Africa in the first place. But his mind seemed to be whittling away as he delved further into these strange tomes that you then find in Carlisle's library, tucked away in a safe. That's tonight. That happened tonight in game time. Knowing that tomorrow night is the Dark of the Moon. The Dark of the Moon is when most of these disappearances in Harlem have been taking place. You know that a final showdown that somehow involves Juju House is on the horizon, so you return to Vaughn's hotel room at the Waldorf Astoria to rest up before your big day when Margot is drawn to the balcony by this haunting photo she has no memory of taking. A photo she's pretty sure she's destroyed, and it's just sitting out on the balcony as if it's been following her. She goes to retrieve it, and up in the sky, a flying, enormous, serpent-like creature that blots out the very moon dives directly at her. That is where we left last week. And that is where we...
Pretty cut and dry, really.
Pretty cut and dry.
It's only been 8 days.
8 days.
Oh man, you said that and I was like, no, really?
Yeah, I'm trying to think how many episodes Peru was, like 6, 7. So you're pretty much at like 2 episodes a day. You know, you guys get a lot of stuff done. I'm not like, so anything else you want to do today? And you guys are like, no, let's just fast forward. You're like, you know what? I'm going to go buy a new suit. That happens a lot. So your days, you guys get a lot done.
Yeah.
This thing is flying at you, Margot. I don't even think your friends see this. I think Carter and Vaughn, you weren't like in an argument, but you were having like a discussion, and Fayrouz was digging into all these tomes, but you're a little distracted when Margot just sees the curtain like wafting up from the wind. You go outside and this thing is hurtling at you. You look up, and I mean, you have never seen anything like this in your life. It is so jarring. It provokes a sanity roll. Give me said sanity roll. But first, let's all start with a group luck roll. A group luck roll, more so individual luck rolls to see if you improve your luck for the last time. Not that you can use luck on sanity, but let's just get it out of the way so we can sit and enjoy our meal.
Yes, I did it.
Nope.
Nothing, no luck
Ooh, all
for
right.
Noura. Ross, you feeling lucky?
I'm feeling lucky. Went to the Cthulhu casino and I won me 6 luck points.
Boxcars. Rob, any luck?
Yeah, I got 10.
Whoa! And Kate, any
I got
luck?
6 also.
Okay.
Nice.
Now, of course, you cannot use that on your sanity roll, so please give me that D100 roll. You got pretty good sanity, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, she's still pretty sane. Yep, 21 under 85.
Good God.
Solid
You've
as a
got
rock.
ice in your veins.
she-
Maybe
give
she
out-
thinks this isn't real.
Yeah, I like that. What were you going to say, Rob?
Just sharing some luck. I mean, some sanity. Is that possible? Can you like kind of shave some off the top?
Right, like a
Little
truffle.
sprinkle. The Parmesan Reggiano.
Some more sanity for for you, Sarah?
Yeah, I'll take a little.
Sanity?
Just- yeah.
Yeah, here, just look into
too
my
much.
mask. It's where I get it from.
Uh-oh.
This thing is hurtling down towards you. It's dark out, and you really can't even make it all out until it's like right on top of you. What do you do? Because you, as we all know, have incredible dexterity at 80, and dexterity is initiative here in Call of Cthulhu. So what do you do, Margoo?
Margoo would probably run back inside. I feel like that's a natural human reflex to seeing something like coming at you like you are prey, and it is predator. So I feel like she would go to run back inside and shut the door.
Bolt back inside, shut the door. At that moment, if Ross and, if Ross is there, Vaughn and Carter are in a heated discussion and Fayrouz is really in the books, you come running in, do you say anything?
She's probably like screaming, yelling, like just say like something out there. There's a monster out there.
And then the door shatters and you see this like 12-foot like snake-like tail come flying through the window with like talon-like feet at the end of it. You have never seen anything like this. It's like a fucking dragon that just smashes in. Glass goes everywhere. Vaughn, Carter, and Fayrouz, give me a sanity check.
Man.
I mean, okay.
I don't know why, but I didn't think it would be so bold as.
I didn't think it was real.
I rolled a 15 under 74.
Ooh, ice in her veins!
I'm just like,
Pocket aces!
I'll go
Carter?
next because it looks like Ross's face is more dramatic. I got a 39 under 47, so I passed.
39 under 47, you pass. Vaughn, all of these checks are going to take a miracle at this point because, correct me if I'm wrong, you're sitting around 24 or 26 sanity?
I'm at 26 sanity.
26.
Unfortunately, I rolled a 36.
I'd rather you roll an 86 than like so close.
I know. It's like,
I'm going to need you to roll a D10.
Roll that
Here we
one.
go.
Roll
Here we go.
that one. I still have faith.
7.
It's almost a 1, but you added a line to the top of it.
All right, so you take 7 points of sanity damage, and a couple things are going to happen. Number one, you are seeing a true monster of the Cthulhu mythos, where you have already gained 5 points of Cthulhu mythos, which has lowered your maximum sanity by 5 as your mind has been unlocked to the mythos. This is another one of these type creatures that will add to your mythos score and lower your sanity. You've already got that initial one, so now this just gives you another point of Cthulhu mythos, and your sanity goes down by 1. Not your sanity, but your maximum sanity. So really for you, it doesn't matter. But where it starts at 99, it then went to 94 when you got that 5 mythos. Now it goes to a max of 93.
Okay.
In case you find a really good therapist after the New York chapter is over.
Cool.
The second thing that happens is you don't even have to roll to see if you're intelligently aware of what is happening. Because you're already suffering from indefinite insanity, you immediately have a bout of madness. And here's how it is going to play out. Let me look at my sweet little bout of madness table. You know what? I'm going to roll a D8. Actually, D10. Perfect. physical hysterics or emotional outburst. I'm going to read it to you, Ross, and then we'll see if you have the improvisational skills to make this interesting. The investigator is incapacitated, laughing, crying, screaming, etc. for 1d10 rounds. I'm going to let you roll the d10 to see how many rounds you are just like,
incapacitated with emotional
yeah.
spasms. Okay. 5.
5 rounds. Okay, so how does this initially manifest?
Okay. Yeah. Vaughn. He's just going the downward spiral. When Vaughn looked into the mask, after a journey within, he saw his face on the body of a serpent.
That's right.
That caused him to almost have a moment of mortification of the flesh, shall we say, to purge away what part of him remains, united to the serpent. Now the serpent is here. The serpent has come. The serpent, the dragon of old. And so it's like, Vaughn is like, this tail whips through, the talons come in, and
glass everywhere.
Like, it's as screams happen, like Vaughn is, it's not screams, it's like silent clarity as he just like falls to his knees with his hands up, and you can just hear, if you're close by, it's like Saint Michael brings out his holy sword, places his heel upon the neck of the serpent. For now, the hour is struck, the trumpet has been sounded, the dead shall walk again. The serpent comes, but upon all of them he shall place the mark of the beast. They were not able to buy and sell without the mark of the beast. The serpent has come, and but the saints and all of the thrones and the powers of the Almighty are aligned against you. I cast you out in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, and the mystery of the Trinity is aligned against you. And like, it is just this like litany of biblical madness as he is seeing like the dragon of Revelation coming forth.
Oh my God, amazing. So you just crumble to the floor, trying to speak it away.
Yeah.
I love this. It now goes to Feyruz. Feyruz, you look up from your book quick, just see like this long tail with like weird spikes at the end of it and these talons, and you hear this sound that is like a guttural scream, like it's trying to get through the window into your hotel room.
So it's not in the hotel room, it's just smashed the glass?
It's so large that it seems like it can't fit through the opening that you have there. In fact, why don't I go to a picture? Check out Roll20 here, if you will, so you get a sense of what this thing looks like in terms of its size compared to you.
Yeah, I don't think that'll fit in the room.
No.
That's a big...
But
it's a big snake with bat wings.
We're sharing beds.
But that tail is just like whipping, it's knocking over a lamp on an end table. But you guys are, especially if you got, if you were away and Margot came running in, you seem like you're far enough away, but you don't know how far that tail can lash out.
I don't know, but I'm screaming, not an illusion, not an illusion. And I'm like running to go grab my gun.
All right, so you just take off to grab your gun, and then it goes to Carter.
Carter's just like, let's get the fuck out of here now. Go. I'm not fighting this fucking thing. And Carter starts running, and he obviously sees Vaughn. And he's like, Vaughn, I don't have time for your bullshit. And tries to put his arms around Vaughn and start pulling him up and out and go out into the hallway.
You do that, and as you're dragging you, I'm just like, it's just like the smoker's breath in your ear, like, and the people worship the dragon, saying who is like the dragon, for he had given him authority into the beast.
Let's find out in the lobby. Let's go.
Yeah.
It then goes to you, Vaughn. Vaughn, do you feel like you're weak enough to just be carried with Carter, or is it going to take multiple people to pull you out? Are you drawn towards it or drawn away from it?
I mean, I think I'm compelled away. I'm terrified of this thing.
Yeah.
I'm wanting, but the revelation has come. Like I think I'm looking around, expecting to see like empty clothes from raptured people and like the dead
The
walking and like the
This is a
and, like
Kirk Cameron movie.
and like the sea turning to blood and stuff. Yeah. It was given power to wage war against God's holy people. As I'm like maybe if I'm wrestling out of your hands, I'm like pounding on doors as we go by. Like, it's like arise.
All right, so you're getting pulled out where you're yelling all these things. Fayrouz is running to get her gun, but Fayrouz, you look over and you see Carter pulling Vaughn towards the door. It comes back to the top of round 2. Margot, you ran away from this thing. This huge tail, like tree trunk thick, is just whipping around the room. It hits the couch, and the couch topples over on its side. The strength of this beast is immeasurable.
So, I'm gonna grab my stuff too. She goes to grab her bag, which has the mask, the pictures, her notebook, and her guns, because she thinks they're gonna leave this room. But if they leave the room, will they be safe? Can they even go outside? She's grabbing her gun either way, so that's what she's going to do with this turn, is gather her things, have a gun in hand.
Okay. It is now the creature's turn, and the creature is just like boom, boom. You see the walls around like the frame of the balcony start to cave in, like crack right in the middle, like they're starting to split. Okay, in fact, one of the door jams, just like one side of the door jam that's housing the balcony, just pops off and flies all the way across the room. It now goes back to you, Fayrouz. Fayrouz, you see, it seems like a retreat. What do you do?
If the glass isn't fully broken, I'm going to take cover behind that large couch. My bag of books was around, so I just want to like make sure I have that before we head out. And while I'm still aiming at this thing, I want to back out of the room. And at the nearest sign of a fire alarm, I want to hit that fire alarm.
Okay, all right. So you take cover, slowly slinking out towards the hallway. Give me a luck roll.
All right.
Let's see if that fire alarm just happens to be right outside.
Or exists.
Or exists in 1925.
I rolled a 16 under 72.
Looks like they have some equivalent. It's just
This
a guy
is the first
in
building ever.
a fireman's
It's a
suit.
test building.
Right. Everyone knows that the Waldorf Astoria built the first fire alarm in 1924. So you see something there that is like, that would at least alert the front desk, and maybe you hear that throughout the building. So is this all of this sound now as it comes back to you, Carter?
Yeah, Carter's just dragging Vaughn. I don't know where we are. I mean, my intent is to use every available bit of effort during my single turn to get as far away as possible, dragging my insane friend. I guess probably not wise to use the elevator, so maybe starts going to the stairwell.
Okay, you're basically out into the hallway, and you feel pretty safe away from its reach, because were it to burst into the room, now it's got to navigate a very small doorway. But how thick are these walls? You don't know. It now goes to you, Vaughn. Vaughn still just being pulled out into the hallway, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dragged down the hall. Just all the while, and just like he was once like one of them, He was once like one of them, like the morning star. They fell. We saw it, Tillinghast. We've seen it.
Yeah, Vaughn, I'm worried about some other things right now, man. We got bigger fish to fry. We gotta get the fuck out.
Bigger fish. Yes, bigger fish. And Leviathan, the creature of old that swims in the waters. He looked upon the daughters of men and found them fair, and there were giants in those days,
It sounds awesome. Let's keep going. And then Carter makes sure also to be screaming like, let's go, like hoping that everyone else is behind him. He doesn't want to forget everybody else.
other doors in the building are starting to open up and people are coming out like groggy-eyed, wearing 1925's pajamas, nightcaps and whatnot.
Candlesticks.
What is all the racket here? You've woken up my money. Margot, you look like you are the last one out of the room. As you look about the room, is there anything that you want to even attempt to grab as you go, not knowing what the state of the room will be like should you choose to return?
So I grabbed everything I want, I believe. My photos, my notebook, mask, my guns. Feyruz has the other books. Maybe just do like a quick luck roll to see if there's anything that we missed.
Okay.
Or something, or
Spot hidden, or
spot hidden.
Yeah, give me a spot hidden.
I don't see anything. I'm ready to get out of the room. I got an 86 over 62, and
86.
I'm not using luck right now.
Yeah, and you can't use it on luck anyways. Oh, use the spot hidden, right? So yeah, you're looking around. Anything of importance? No, I guess not. And you run out of the room. Do you shut the door, or you just fucking get out of there?
I think I shut the door as like a feeble attempt, like maybe it's a strong door, so yeah.
Maybe it doesn't know how to open a knob.
Maybe
Doesn't have
it'll block a
opposable
little
thumbs.
bit.
Right.
Just a little
Claw.
And as you shut the door, you
Torino
just hear
hands.
crack, 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 more splintering sounds, screaming, and then silence. You're running away, and you guys all hear these sounds of screaming and banging, and other people are looking around like, what is the meaning of this at the Waldorf Astoria, no less? And then it's just like, as you're getting to the elevators, the stairs and whatnot, that sound goes away. You still want to get the hell out of the building?
Was it screaming of people it sounded like, or screaming
No,
of
it sounded like this creature was letting out some sort of wail as it was trying to fight its way into your room.
And all the people are just more grumpy than they are
Yeah,
terrified.
they're like, what is the fire alarm? There's too much money here for there to be a fire alarm. And what is all the screaming and crashing? Some sort of party, no doubt. And so they're more annoyed by this. They don't know that there's a monster in the other room.
I think as Carter and Vaughn have like gone into a stairwell and are running, Feyruz just like completely disheveled with like an armed gun and like a loaded gun in her hand and her essentially like a go bag will actually take the elevator. So in all this like panic and chaos, all of a sudden it's like as we're like slowly heading down into the lobby.
It's got one of these elevator things. Like,
Is there an elevator operator in there? Like, rough night, man?
what floor, man?
Lobby, please.
Lobby, coming right up. Will your friends be joining you? And what about that giant monster? You go down to the lobby. And you get to the lobby and you see that like the bellman and a couple of the hotel staff are standing outside and they're like pointing up and looking and then one guy is running over to the phone and like, please, and you just see that there's a bit of a commotion, so they're aware that something is happening here. In the distance, you hear a fire alarm, fire engine coming up. What about the rest of you?
Yeah, maybe Carter and Vaughn burst through the bottom stairwell door into the lobby too. Oh my god! Because Carter, I feel like they got far enough away to not have heard the silence. So Carter comes out, is like, everyone! Get out of here! There's a giant dragon! It's on the 8th floor! Whatever floor we're staying on! That's where it is! Everyone's gotta get out! Don't forget! Carter Tillinghast! He saved your life! Go!
They're like, the giant dragon? What has this gentleman? He has had too many gin fizzes this evening.
Take all your money, but leave some behind. I feel like I've earned it. It's a fair recompense. Get out of here! Go!
And people are just like, what? It's freezing out. And they're, most of them don't even have their coats and like, they're looking at the staff like, do we have to go outside? Is this really a big deal? And they're like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry, madam. There may very well be a fire. We just have to take precaution in the middle of January. This weather, it's like slightly snowing out. It's like, I'm upset. Everyone is upset. And now there's just people pouring in. But now you have to worry, like if this thing's flying around, what's to say it won't just come attack everyone once they go outside? So you see this just massive people going outside. Do you follow or do you stay in?
Well, I don't know if Margot ran immediately downstairs when she
what's going
heard
on with Margot?
the silence.
Oh.
Because Feyrouz took the elevator, and I feel like she was close enough to the door to hear the commotion, then hear nothing, and maybe walks by the door again before coming down the stairs.
All right, so you got away, and you were the only one that caught that, like, after all that sound, nothing. And so you walk back up to the door and you listen, and you just hear the wind coming from the other side of the door to your hotel room.
Can I peek in the room?
You want to peek in the room?
Yeah. What's the worst that could happen?
Do you have a beaky?
Margot grabs the handle of the door, opens it ever so slightly to peek in, and where the balcony used to be is just a massive hole. You could almost see the beginning of its wingspan trying to get through. I'm thinking like, is it Ghostbusters or Ghostbusters 2 where there's just like, it's that kind of scene where it's just, I'm sure Kate is a film historian, you know exactly the scene I'm speaking of.
For sure.
Just a hole where there used to be building and just going out into blackness. And if you try to look out there, you do not see the creature anywhere. You don't hear the sound of wings.
Before I leave and meet them downstairs, I want to take a picture of the room, like from the door, so I can like see everything, see the dragon-shaped hole, whatever it is, and just the destruction of that, and then head downstairs
It's like
to meet
a
everyone.
perfect outline.
Yeah, dragon.
Bugs Bunny
wings.
goes to the wall.
You
Do
get
I
a
have a
photo.
Polaroid now?
Yep. I
Nice.
figured out one of these. Smile. You get a photo. You shut the door, and you're glad that the incidentals are on Vaughn's credit card. You go downstairs, and your friends are all in the lobby. At this point, Vaughn, enough time has passed that you are no longer having this bout of madness. In fact, you don't even remember having this thing. The last thing you remember was hearing an explosion and seeing glass shards flying out. That's the last thing you remember.
Damnedest thing. Yes.
Vaughn? Hey,
Are you?
you back, buddy?
Silly ass, what the bloody hell happened? What are we doing outside?
We had a bit of an incident. A snake bat creature.
Bat snake, really.
Bat snake. Good point. A bat snake smashed the balcony open. That might cost you a little bit of money, but more importantly, we're alive. Feyrouz is here. Margot? I guess we don't know what's happened, right? So we're sort of still
Fingers
down
crossed.
Right as
Where's
you say
Margot?
Margot.
there. Yeah.
Oh, there you are. There you
I
are.
think I'll do.
We gotta
It's
go. We
gone.
gotta get out of here. Is this thing gonna take the top of the building off? What's going on?
It's gone. It's completely gone. The room is ravaged and it's nowhere to be seen.
Oh my God. All right, but the
Well-
roof, like, there's actual destruction, right? This was not like a maggots are in the shower, maggots are not in the shower thing. This is a physical destruction situation.
It looks like a monster rammed its body through the wall and ravaged the room, and I took a photo.
So
'Cause-
what you're saying is, we're all going to need another room.
Probably. Maybe it's a monster that does not attack the same room twice.
I dare say.
So basically, Vaughn, that's what happened. Welcome back.
I'm losing time. I scarcely remember what happened last night.
Probably for the best.
What is happening? What is happening to me? What is... Dear God, what?
I don't know. You seem to every time something strange like this happens, you seem to ramble off on a lot of Catholic.
Right.
Things.
But you're doing great. That's not to take anything away from your contributions, right? Everybody. Look,
You are not doing good. No.
A little
okay,
concerned.
I'm very worried about you.
Maybe. Yeah, we're all very impressed, Vaughn, with what you've brought to the table in terms of teamsmanship.
Yes.
But yeah, there was an incident. We're down here. Sounds like we can go back up there. Maybe go to the concierge. Or let's talk about another room. Maybe.
Are you mad? If you're saying that some sort of winged serpent came in through our door or window,
Yeah.
that means they know where we are, man.
They're watching. They just say no.
Great point.
Well, that means that if they know where we are, and whatever we're dealing with is something supernatural, then they're going to be able to find us wherever we are, and then we might as well stay in a big building padded by other rooms surrounding us.
How about what other 4-star hotels are in the city? Can we find another equivalent ritzy hotel? And then this is where I come in, guys. We check in under, get this, aliases. Okay, we come up with different names. I will be a Thaddeus Fartbender, and we will go in there. You guys can pick your own names, or if you want to, I got a note card here with lots of different aliases. Go to a different hotel, check in under aliases, and we'll be safe, but also in the comfort that we've come to expect.
Split up?
No, all of it. No, God, no. We're all together.
If you'll direct yourself to Roll20, I do have, I haven't shown you this yet. It's a nice little map of Greater New York in 1925. And in fact, if you look at the small inset map, number 16 there is in fact the Waldorf Astoria. So there are other hotels available. There's the Hotel Chelsea, back to where your good friend Jackson Elias was killed. The New Grand Hotel, the Broadway Central, of course, and other buildings. So there are other options. But yeah, there is this lingering fear that they know where you are. Mm-hmm. They're watching. But who?
Maybe Times Square Hotel?
Seems nice.
We're just thinking lots of people, lots of big buildings, lots of eyes in case Serpent comes back.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe it won't.
Margot, you think it's okay to go up there and gather our shit?
Yeah, it's gone. I don't see why not.
Maybe we just go up there, grab our stuff, and let's just let ourselves out the back door. What do you think?
Agreed.
Yes, I suppose that, less of trail.
All right, let's go upstairs.
Guys head upstairs, and not unlike Margot, you take this deep breath and you open the door to go in. Favors, I don't know if you were able to even grab all those books and shove them into your go bag and all of the commotion. So let's say a couple of those are laying out. You guys grab whatever you need to grab, and you just see this. I mean, it's almost like a perfect outline of not even the full mass of this creature. And Vaughn, where you lost some time, you now see that they weren't just blowing smoke, because you can see this cryptic outline of some winged beast trying to fight its way in. Shards of glass all over the floor, that broken door jamb, like the force that it was exerting, the fact that it was able to send that off of the wall and across the room. It's unsettling.
My God. And I'm like peering over the edge down onto Manhattan.
Yeah.
And I've got like trunks and stuff, so packing that up and finding my pistol, and also lifting up that box that I got with those vials inside.
Right. The ones that look like they contain the entire cosmos. It's the way they...
Yeah, we kind of hid that from you, but I would imagine in the chaos... Pun intended. That's not even a pun. It's a fucking reference to the name of the show. That's got spewed, that's everywhere. Or at least exposed so you could see it. Mm-hmm. Also, Carter wants to make sure he grabs that ornamental knife that he found.
Yes. The same knife or one of the knives that was a same make of a knife that was used to kill Jackson that you found in Silas Nakwane's chamber.
We didn't take any of those headbands, right?
I've got one.
You do have one.
I got an old jerky tongue.
The one with the mummified human tongue, right?
Yeah. And then Carter's also like, so as you can see, Vaughn, this is where it came through. And right over here is where I saved your life. You were kind of right here, and you were gibbering away, and found it within myself to pick you up, my great 70 strength, and drag you out of this room. So anyway, I just wanted to point out the main parts of the room that figure into the narrative here.
Well, thank you ever so much, Tillinghast, for your great brawn and esprit de corps.
It just comes naturally at this point.
Fairuz will make it a point to leave behind the fancy dress that she borrowed with the intention of sending a telegram over to that lady saying her father will pay the full compensation for the destruction of her dress.
Thank you for the dress. Stop.
Thank you for the dress. Stop.
Well, I guess, most of us are still dressed all fancy, right? Like, we got back.
Disheveled.
I would say
like,
when we go back up this time around, like, Fairuz does change her clothes, but before she was very much in that elevator full ball gown. But we'll leave it behind and make her dad pay for it.
Now you're wearing a bum equipment sweatshirt. Ready for bed. All right, so Vaughn, you've got your trunks and everything. You're moving out. You're going to another hotel.
Yeah,
it's not safe there. There's also a giant hole in the wall.
Right.
Okay. You get down into the lobby, all of you, and the bellman is like, Mr. Villiers, what seems to be the problem? Is everything all right?
Yes, the problem, old boy, is that there's a bloody great hole in our wall, you see. It seems as though someone drove a trolley car straight through my bloody balcony. So I don't think I'll be spending the night there.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. A hole in your wall? How can that be? We inspect all of these rooms before our guests stay. This is the Waldorf Astoria, after all. And there is a hole. I do apologize. This is something we should have had looked at, but why don't we just move you to another room? Free of charge, of course.
Indeed. I think before I'd set foot in another room, I'd like you lot to have a deep and hard look at the structural integrity of this building that you're passing off as one of the diamonds of your city. I'm afraid that the Waldorf Astoria shall see my business never again. Good day, sir.
Mr. Villiers! And they...
I said good day.
Say good day to you, sir.
And they're yelp review. And the four of you storm out as if you had nothing to do with this.
Yes, that's a star struck off of your review, Tyler.
We look at his name.
Oh, man.
And you just walk out as all the other people are coming in, like, it's freezing outside. And as you get to the front, you see that the fire engine is there, and they're like starting to pack up, like they already inspected and saw that it wasn't a fire. But there's a bunch of people huddled around, like broken glass on the sidewalk and chunks of wall, and they're like looking up and pointing and trying to figure out like what the hell happened. But they don't have a good vantage point to see exactly what you saw.
Can I roll spot hidden to see if I see any suspicious or familiar characters in this vicinity?
Yeah, for sure.
And I bloody smashed it. It's I rolled a 46 under 75.
46 under 75. There's a lot of commotion as all of the guests of, this used to be two separate hotels that merged. So there's a ton of guests here on a Friday night in New York City. And so you're just trying to suss through, is anybody standing out? The only people that really jump out at you are the police, who are talking to somebody, and from time to time they look up, and are they looking right at you and your friends?
Are we able to see what precinct they're from by their uniforms?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that you could look at their car, the police car, and see that they're from the Midtown East precinct. Okay. So maybe it's just your mind playing tricks on you, or maybe you are being watched.
It's,
Well, I'd say other than the fact that it's colder than witch's tit out here, I'd say we got off pretty scot-free, all things considered.
yes.
Yeah, I
yes,
mean, we
yes,
just saw a dragon and our friend nearly broke, but I feel like all things considered, you're right. That's a win.
It could have been much worse. I think
Yeah.
we should absolutely count this as a win.
Yeah.
We should not walk directly to the new hotel. We should take, a non-straight route and keep our eyes out while we're going to see if anyone's watching, following us, anything up in the windows, anywhere, in the sky.
I mean, can these people really do that? Can they really just be like, oh, we want those guys out of the picture, let's send a dragon?
I don't know. Did that happen?
How does one even call upon a snake dragon? Bat snake.
What do you
snake
do?
bat?
You call the Yellow Pages?
I don't know if the snake dragon is related to, the thing we found in the floor and the Juju house.
I'd like to think they're somewhat tied together. I don't think normally if we hadn't found that stuff, I doubt we'd roll into New York City and encounter a snake dragon.
And I assume that maybe conversations we've had have been tossed around between us, and it's like, and doesn't that sound rather significantly like the creatures that extremely authentic Australian gentleman told us about? These winged bat serpents.
The father of all bats.
Yeah.
Yes, the Bat Father.
That does sound like whatever
Bat Dad.
Favorite
The Bat
told
Daddy.
us. Yeah. That's not great. That's not great. You usually don't want a god on your tail. That's not ideal. All right, let's take a circuitous route to our new hotel, the name of which I've already forgotten.
The Times Square Hotel.
All right, the Times Square.
This is good because it's right next to where Rebecca works, so maybe we can stop there tomorrow before we save the world.
Yes, and make sure that she's safe. By George, if they can send a dragon to attack us, then what's to stop them from sending it to anyone?
Yeah, there's also a Chipotle by there, which I think we could hit up.
Of what?
One would think that a Bat Daddy God would have better things to do than to be summoned upon. Just to ram through somebody's wall.
Yeah, what I mean, gods, what are you doing? These lesser gods are just sitting around by the phone, waiting for it to ring?
Well, we're trying to destroy him, maybe,
We
by
can kill him.
uncovering
Yeah,
How
stuff.
much of a god are they if they're taking orders from somebody else?
probably
they're
one
not.
that can die.
They're not.
Right?
They're
You're like talking crap about this thing, and Margot's like
Totally.
looking up at the sky, like, no, it's
And the more the
cool,
concept
you're
of-
so
Barely saw it.
powerful.
We just
like-
ran out of the room. Like, we can take it. Whatever.
and the more the concept of God and gods are revoked, you can just see Vaughn just sort of like, yeah, yes, but they're not gone. There's
Okay, we could talk. Yeah, we
Denizens
don't
of
need to talk
Pandemonium.
about it right now.
They can be evoked by learning secret names and sigils.
It's cold.
Yeah, you're walking through freezing cold New York City. Vaughn's dragging trunks. You've got all of your shit with you, and you're on like Park Avenue South, and you're trying to make your way to
We're just
It's like a
zigzagging
top
through
handle
city blocks.
suitcases.
He's fucking need a
40
bloody taxi. Yes.
43rd Street. You get there to the Times Square Hotel, and it's a long, cold walk. But on top, I guess what keeps you warm is the fear of imminent death. You're constantly any sound you hear, just like you're looking at the skies above. But you are unaccosted all your way there, and you get there, and there's like a stiff, tall, thin man with a pencil-thin mustache that sees the four of you stumble in like wet from the snow and looking all disheveled. It's like 3 a.m. now, I imagine. Like, you got back late from Westchester, you were digging into these books, having a couple cocktails, and then this monster came in, and now you had to walk all the way across town, taking a longer circuitous route. You come in there and he's like, how may I help you?
No, it's terribly late, old man, but I don't suppose you've got a suite of rooms available at this ungodly hour.
Pardon me, a suite for the 4 of you?
Or perhaps 2 adjoining?
Well, sir, clearly you are not from New York, but the Times Square Hotel is a hotel primarily for single men, although they did add a floor for women.
What?
Yes, that is how things work in 1925. This is a hotel for primarily single men, so you and your friend here, looking at Carter, could stay on floors 1 through 14, and the ladies would need their own room on the 15th floor.
Let's.
I think you've mistaken the situation here, sir. You see, we are 2 couples, and I'll like just whatever, grab Carter or Vaughn, whoever's closest, and we should like adjoining rooms. As we are honeymooning all together. We are group wedding.
Yes.
My dear, I don't know what kind of coupling the 4 of you are up to, but that is not the type of business we have here at the Times Square Hotel. Perhaps you would prefer a flea motel on 10th Avenue?
Now, goddamn it, sir! And Carter
We were
goes,
just at the Waldorf Astoria, and the only reason why we're in this Fleabag hotel is because there was a huge, giant hole in our wall, and the fire alarm was raised, and now we have to find ourselves in the cold, walking around at 3 a.m. In this dirtbag. You will provide us a room, sir. We demand satisfaction.
That is the 10th time I've heard that excuse this evening. Madam, you're lucky. A couple of years ago, this hotel was primarily for men. I will allow you a room on the 15th floor. But that is all. I don't make the rules. I merely enforce them. A couple's hotel can be found up the street if you so choose. Otherwise, good day to you.
what's the star rating on this
Burn
couple's
this
morning.
hotel?
entire place to the ground.
This is a high-class hotel, I'll have you know. It's built.
If you have to
3
say that
years
over
ago.
and over again, I don't think it's very high class. I mean, you keep women up on the top floor.
For single men only? What kind of establishment is this?
How dare you? How dare you, I'll have you know. My father, whenever he's in town, goes out of his way to stay at the Times Square Hotel.
Which floor, though?
Young man, you are no longer welcome here. I'm going to call the police.
Okay, all right, fine. Fuck you. We're leaving.
What did we do?
Picks up suitcases.
All right, we gotta pick another great hotel.
Just
Well,
walking
there's
around
that.
Times Square.
Let me check roll 20.
Was that a single men's hotel?
I
No.
Wikipedia'd the hotel quickly before you
God
guys
damn it,
decided
who
to go
gives a
there.
Okay.
And it was built for just single men, and then in 1923 they added 1 floor
For
for
fuck's
women.
Progressive.
So they were pretty by the books, especially in Times Square with the sex workers and whatnot. They didn't want that element being in there, so by separating them, it made it safer.
Sure, by making the whole place a single men only.
Yeah, this is a great goal, Troy, to finish the season where we can't fucking check into a goddamn
It's
hotel.
about,
Choose another
rest of the-
hotel that doesn't have a
the
Wikipedia
hotel-
page. Maybe you like leave.
Gerard? Around the corner?
What's it called? The Hotel Gerard?
Please don't tell me it's another single
hotel
man
that doesn't
hotel.
have a Wikipedia page.
Oh, I'm on it. All right, so you go to the Hotel Gerard, and that was built in 1893. It's a 13-story U-shaped, salmon-colored brick and limestone building with German Renaissance-style design elements. The front facade features bowed pairs of bay windows from the 3rd to 6th floor, and the building is topped by steeply pointed front gables and a high decorated dormer. It was originally built as an apartment hotel. You come in and the gentleman's like, hey, what's going on? How can I help you?
First of all, do you have any men-only floors, or can we mix and mingle here?
Sir, I think you're thinking of the Times Square Hotel.
Yes.
This is the Hotel Gerard, where all are welcome.
Hell yeah. Okay,
Excellent.
great.
Our mistake. I'm looking for one of your famous apartment-esque suites. I hear you started as an apartment hotel. If I'm
We
not
did indeed. We've just
Yes.
recently converted a few rooms to shorter stays, but we would be glad to give you... How long do you plan on staying? You're not going to up and die in the next 24 hours, are you? I have to ask that of all of our new people.
No, I have no
Charming sense of
plans
humor.
to shuffle off this mortal coil just yet. Indeed, we may be staying for a... I have a feeling we'll be requiring comfort a great deal.
Well, then you came to the right place, because Hotel Gerard is synonymous with comfort. Let me see what I have. And now are you, is this 2 rooms for 2 married couples? Or are you a family? What is the situation?
Yes,
I don't mean to
if-
pry.
Of course, I understand just doing your job and all that. Perhaps 2 adjoining rooms for my wife and our friends here.
Lovely, of course, yes. Let me see what I have here. I'm just typing on my non-existent computer. Yes, here you are. We have 2 rooms on the 5th floor that should be perfectly to your liking, and they are adjoining. You can choose to leave that door locked or unlocked, depending on what you like. Will there be anything else? We have a breakfast in the morning from 7 to 10 a.m., and turn-down service is optional.
Well, you've been most accommodating. Yes, that turn-down service won't be necessary. As you can see by the ungodly hour, we've had quite a night.
Yes. I assume that you are blackout drunk. So welcome to the Hotel Gerard. Your secret is safe with me. Here are your keys, and for you, please, if there's anything that you need, I will be here until the morning. Just ring down at any time.
Thank you so much. And Vaughn will, when he signs the ledger, sign a name that is not his own.
Okay. What is that name?
Oh, yeah, what was the one Tillinghast said?
I already forgot.
Featherton or something?
Fart in it because bourbon.
Feather
That's not my
Fartington?
last name.
Yes, Fart was in
yes.
there.
Just
Minnesota farts.
Mr. F dash and like
F dash Arthur. All right, so you go up to the room and it's late. You have to be exhausted. Are we going to sleep? Are we calling it a day?
Yes.
yes.
I mean,
All right.
sleep in quotes, I would imagine.
This is not the Waldorf Astoria. It's not as luxurious. There are no late night shrimp cocktails and gin martinis.
What the-
bootleg gin. So you go to sleep. Fitful sleep for all of you. I imagine you're all up pretty early. Not super rested. Your mind's spinning all night. And it is Saturday, January 25th or 24th. I can't remember. I'll tell you in a second, but tell me what your plan is for the day. Michael just chimed in. It is Saturday, January 24th. A week ago, you were attending Jackson Elias's funeral in Brooklyn. And now you are set to do what? Carter, you had mentioned, you were like, fuck the Dark of the Moon. We need to go to Juju house during the day and figure out what the hell's going on. Millie Adams' life could be hanging in the balance. What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a pretty decent plan.
That
Seems
seems
like
like the
we-
most pressing matter, yes.
After
it seems
checking
like we
in
kind
on,
of ignored that for a bit to go
Yeah.
to this party. So,
I'd very much like to, check in on the pool situation so that and if we can't get in touch with him, let Chosenberg know where we're going and then kick down some doors.
I thought you meant like see if this hotel had a pool. And I was like, wow,
Yeah, after we see the pool
Ross
situation.
is really letting his hair down. with
Get
his
Bloody
eyebrow.
Marys and yeah.
Want to check out the pool situation.
I
Take a
heard
quick
there was a
dip.
bottomless mimosa brunch.
Well, don't tempt me with a good time. Here we go.
Okay, all right, so it's a little early. Maybe if you wait, get this, the breakfast is from 7 to 10, get some eggs and French toast, and then call Lieutenant Poole's precinct. There was a message for you waiting at the Waldorf Astoria that said what? Do you remember?
Something about all was going according to plan, I
All
think.
according to plan. Yeah.
Who is it from?
From Pool.
Front
Alleged-
pool.
Oh.
Allegedly from pool.
We could try to call him again.
Yeah.
Try to give him a ring-a-ding.
Let's give him a buzz.
Give him a code word. That way, if he can't speak because he's surrounded by people, he'll know he just at a park bench. Just be like, hey, if this is not a good time to speak, meet us here and just say the word bagel and locks.
You call up the number that you were using to call Poole. Rings 3 times. 10th precinct. How can I help you?
Yes, hello.
We just always make
I was
Vaughn
like,
call.
who is it? Yes,
How can I help you?
yes, Lieutenant Poole, if you'd be so kind.
There's a pause. Who may I ask is calling?
This bullshit again.
I'm sorry, is Mr. Poole unavailable?
Lieutenant Poole has not been in 3 days, actually.
Oh dear.
Did you have a meeting with Lieutenant Poole? Who is this?
Tell him his dry cleaners is
Yes,
late to pick up an order.
yes. This is Tip Top Dry Cleaning. Just calling in to let him know that we've got his shirts starched and had a bit of a difficulty with those French cuffs.
Sir, if you know anything about Lieutenant Poole, please let us know. This is very, very strange. It's not like him to just not call.
Oh dear. I should
Tell him.
should hate to think what that means for the state of his dry cleaning. What was that, sir?
Tell him, why not? Why?
Like he's
have nothing
disclosing
to
this to
lose.
us. And after
Sir?
that, yeah.
Sir?
I'll only say that, if the 10th precinct wants to know where Poole told me where he was going to be, speaking as a representative once again of Tip Top Dry Cleaning, he told me that it was a place up in Harlem called the Juju House. That was where his investigations were leading him.
Click.
Yes,
How'd it
bang
go?
up job, Sal. I'm sure that definitely. No.
What happened to Bagel and Locks?
He wasn't even there. Shit.
My God, does it go all the way to the top? Does it go all the way to the 10th?
What do we do now?
Tonight is the night that another abduction happens. Billy Adams has already been taken by them. I dare
Hilton
say.
Adams, too. Poole is gone.
Let's go to Juju House. Let's go to
There
Juju
are
House
at
right
least
now.
2 monsters.
Let's go right now. Let's go. It's daytime. Let's go.
Poole has gone and disappeared. That means they may bloody well have him as well.
Yeah.
There's no time to spare. We should go now.
Now is the time. He who hesitates is lost.
And then let's start a montage.
Should we tell Schoenberg where we're headed? Just so there's some.
Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, another ring. Although we're next door now, right? Could we just drop in?
Yeah. Hopefully she's in on Saturdays.
But we can call first, I suppose, to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
call.
if we don't want to be seen by others.
Right.
You get patched through. This is Schoenberg.
Oh, Miss Schoenberg, I'm so glad to hear your voice.
Mr. Villiers, any news on Miss Adams? I've heard nothing on my end.
Nothing on my end. We set loose the dogs of war to fetch her back, but they've, alas, disappeared in the form of one Lieutenant Poole. We told him everything, gave him all the information that we had at our disposal. He swore blinded he was going to take action on it, but he has not been seen for 3 days. I fear he may be a victim as well of this horrible cult that's operating out of that place.
Wait, but are you sure that Poole could be trusted? You gave him all of this information? I don't even have this information yet.
Every scrap.
Well, you need to get that to me, because if anything should happen to any of us, that needs to get out. There needs to be a plan in place. Now you're telling me you gave this to Poole and Poole is missing? How do you know that he's not in on all of this?
I don't know, damn it, I don't know. Yes. We'll provide you with what we have. Stay there. Or no, meet us. Bagel and Locks. No, that was a code predetermined by someone else. You need to meet
Bagel and
us.
Locks closed months ago.
And I'll arrange a spot where we can make a handoff nearby.
Cut to exterior, bagels, on 42nd Street and 9th Avenue. Rebecca Schoenberg standing outside, waiting, watching the four of you walk up. Oh, thank God. So, give me everything you have. As I told you before, that all of our lives are at stake here. I can't just go to the press with this. But God forbid anything should happen. Well, we need to get this out. I have people that I trust that I can give this to. If you trust me.
Margot walks up to her and hands her an envelope. It's a copies of the photos. I think we told her a lot, but it was over the phone. So I give it to her, and I said, do not open these in public. Opens them when you are alone.
Okay. She closes them after starting to finger through.
They corroborate our stories that we told you when we went to the Juju house.
Okay, so what is your plan? What are you going to do?
It's best that you don't know, Ms. Schoenberg.
Yes.
We also don't know, but we're gonna figure it out.
When will you contact me next? Because if I don't hear from you, I'm going to expect the worst.
If you don't hear from us by tomorrow morning, then the worst can be expected.
Tomorrow morning.
Tonight is the new moon. You need to stay safe.
I've been spending the night at this horrible guy's house.
What's been going on?
He's very kind, but he's just not my type. And nothing's happened, but he's getting antsy. I can do it for one more night, but after that, we've got to put an end to this.
Yes, of course. I would not wish to stretch your sufferance of that situation any longer than it can bear.
He's very, very sweet.
Well, listen, the Times Square Hotel has a ladies-only floor.
Oh, I'm quite familiar with the Times Square Hotel. That's not my... It's fine. Please be safe. Whatever it is you're doing, you're telling me if I don't hear from you by the morning to worry. I'm already worried. So please, whatever it is you're doing, be careful.
We shall.
I'll hold on to this.
And Mr. Schoenberg.
Yes.
Wherever you sleep tonight, do it away from windows.
And she's like...
shower curtains.
In anything.
Okay. I shall sleep under a bed.
Yes.
Good day.
It's a good idea.
That's not bad.
And she walks away, clutching the folder back in the direction of the New York Times. And a fucking dragon grabs her. Are we heading to the Juju house?
Yes.
In the afternoon?
All roads lead there. I don't know where else to go.
I mean,
How are we getting there? Taking a cab, train? It's too long a walk, but it's a nice day.
Yeah.
It's actually surprisingly, it's probably like low 40s. There's still snow all over the place. No place to put it in New York.
cabs maybe. But I'm just like, for the sake of knowing, not to overplan, but what are we going to do when we get there?
Yeah, let's get in our mode of transportation and discuss this.
All right, so you're in the cab. Okay. Where to?
Harlem,
a few
Juju
blocks
house.
from. No, a few blocks from.
A few blocks from the Juju house, please.
2 blocks from the Juju house, coming right up.
You pick. Surprise us.
He knows the Juju house. No, so you tell him I think it's on like 142nd or something. So a couple blocks away so that you can approach at your own discretion. So he's like, you got it. You're all, is anyone sitting in the front or are you all four squeezed in the back?
Someone might have to be up
Somebody's
with the
got to be in
driver.
front. Yeah.
All right, Carter's in front. It's pretty crazy weather. It's only in the low 40s right now.
I don't mean to pry, but what happened to your face?
Oh, horse hoofed.
A horse did that to your face.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's a long story. A horse kicked me in the face.
Oh.
The end.
You should have a better story than that. You should have said you should have seen the other guy.
No, it's
He's
just
missing
a horse.
his whole face.
It's just a horse. That's the other guy.
Oh. Does it hurt still?
You know how they talk about like ghost phantom limbs?
Phantom limb, yeah. I got a cousin with one arm. He still feels the arm that he doesn't have anymore.
Well, then you know what? I've got a phantom face. Sometimes.
Phantom face.
Sometimes I'm like, oh, I got a little itch. Or what's that? Is that a blackhead? I don't know what that is. And then no, it's a hole. It's an absence of matter.
They should really make an opera about it.
An opera? Oh, that sounds good. Or maybe a comic strip, like one of those Dick Tracy's, Phantom Face. He could be one of the villains.
I never thought about that. That's a great point. And then
We
Carter,
New York
hits
cab
him.
drivers love chatting with people in the car.
This cab happens to be one of those ones that doesn't exist, where Carter can hit a button and a window goes up between.
You're in the front seat, Chief. What are the three of you in the back discussing?
Yeah, I'm just like listening to this conversation, like, well, he's occupied. What's
But I feel like first thing is pool. Is he there?
Well, regardless of who's there and who's not, even if they're hidden, first thing is, this is the daytime, and are we going to encounter... This is normal business hours, so it's not like we can just walk in and sneak in like we did last time, unless we wait for the lunch hour.
Yes, I mean, are we going to bloody burn the place down?
Or somebody has some ether and a dish rag.
Perhaps go in guns blazing. I mean, if that Nakwane chap is there, he's going to have to be subdued somehow.
Hence the ether and the dish rag.
Yes, of course.
Well, we told Pool to stay in the abandoned place that we were in. So maybe there are clues there, if there was a struggle, if they found them, if they're still there, and they just haven't contacted anyone.
That is an excellent idea, Margot. Yes, perhaps we choose that place first and see if he had been there.
Just so.
Well, looks like a storm's coming. Guy looks up in the sky and like what was a beautiful day, like very quickly turns gray. And ka-boom, you hear some thunder and pitter patter of rain on the cab. Foom, 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 windshield washes.
And perhaps as we go by. Very well.
Not foreboding whatsoever.
Yes. So we trundle past a movie house that may be showing Phantom of the Opera that came out in 1925 with Lon Chaney.
Did you guys see the Phantom yet?
No, haven't had the pleasure.
I'm not into watching movies about people with half masks.
They call it Phantom Face of the Opera, right? This guy, you could be in it.
Oh,
you an actor?
You're so right. Hey, man, what's your name?
My name?
master.
It's Charlie.
Charlie, I like
Cab,
you,
they
man.
call me. Charlie Cabs.
Charlie Cabs. I like the cut of your jib, bro.
Yep. You too, Charlie. What are you guys doing in Harlem?
Well, there's a Renaissance.
There sure is. There sure is, but it's a little too early to be hitting the hooch, if you know what I mean. A lot of speakeasies up in Harlem. That's where I take a lot of people up there.
That's where you're wrong. Never too early, my
Oh, I
friend.
like the cut of your jib.
Charlie Cabs, are we there yet or what, man?
Oh, it's a long way to go. Just want to make sure you guys did all your role playing in the back seat.
Just want to take place.
Taking a long way.
What do we want to do
Yes.
if what's his fuck is
in traffic.
in the is manning the front desk?
Here's the deal.
The
We go in
cash
there.
register.
I got nothing to fear with this. He's an old man. We fucking deck him. We keep going.
Perfect.
What are
Subdue
you guys
him
talking about?
Huh?
violently if necessary.
You writing a movie?
We're gonna surprise a friend of ours.
You guys in the pictures?
We're writing a musical.
Yes.
A musical. And an old man gets decked?
Yeah, it's called Deck in the Face. It's gonna be
Yeah.
awesome. First thing we do, we check out the pawn shop, guys. I think that was, I heard some of that over this guy's chitter chatter. We check that out. We move right on in there. If he's standing there, pop, 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 right in his face. Keep going down. We gotta find Millie.
See if she and or Pool are down there, and if not, I have a mind to burn the bloody place down.
Okay,
I have
that
a
works
feeling
too.
if they are down there,
If they are down there, they may not be themselves.
Oh, here we are. You guys want the near corner or the far corner? There's nothing really around here.
it's a far corner.
The far
Far
corner,
corner
you
is
got it.
just fine, thank you.
All right. That'll be 2 nickels.
God, highway robbery.
Hey, thanks. I can't wait to see this musical starring the Phantom Face.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. Charlie, thanks so much, man. You wanna
Be
take
very
part in an
off
adventure?
Broadway.
Nah, you know what? But I'll be around if somebody dies and you need an NPC. My stats are pretty low, but I got a high sanity. See ya.
Charlie
takes off.
incorrigible Charlie Cabs. We haven't heard the last of him, I'm sure.
Old Charlie Cabsy immediately crashes into a telephone pole.
Like, oh God, he's been flung from his seat through the windshield.
We should do
It's too bad.
the
I really
Animal
liked
House
it.
ending of this, where we see what happened to all the NPCs.
Just the freeze
Charlie
frame of
Cabs
Charlie.
died 10 minutes later.
That was how my sketch comedy group would end 90% of our sketches.
I love that.
No way, no idea how to end it. Just say everyone died.
When in doubt.
There
All
were
right,
no
so
survivors.
You're about 6.5 blocks from the Juju house. You've got a loose plan here, but like you really don't know what to expect. But coming during the day, you do feel a little bit better than if you were to go in there at night when you've seen a lot of people going in. Although after the damage that you caused there during your break-in, you don't really know what the state of that place is because you haven't been back since you all ran out of there into the night, leaving the door on its hinges.
And they may be expecting an incursion from us.
Ka-boom! Thunder in the air, and you're getting now like the temperature has dropped 5 or 6 degrees since when you first got in the cab. It got darker out. You know, it's still daytime, but it's darker out. It's gray. It's just one of those dreary, wet New York days. And the snow that's lingering on the sidewalks is now turning into that brown sludge. So you're walking through and it's starting to get into your shoes. And so you just feel uncomfortable and cold. You've got wet feet. And you walk about 3 or 4 blocks in the direction of Juju House, not knowing what to expect. When all of a sudden, 3 police cars pull up next to you. One comes from across the street and pulls up on the opposite side. Another one comes up behind you, and then one comes up behind that one and kind of wedges in, so they're surrounding you. And 7 cops jump out, and they don't have their guns out, but they all have their hands on their waists, and they say, "Stop!" And we'll see after this word from our sponsors. As we approach part 2 of the season 1 finale, I have 2 things. One, this was a fantastic idea. This is really, really just taken a good time and made it a great time.
You're Scotch?
Yeah, and I'm not a big Scotch drinker, not a big brown liquor drinker. I've always been of mind that brown liquor makes you prematurely bald. Because I don't drink it, and I still have all my hair at 44, where most of my friends love their JMO. Nothing up here. But it's nice every once in a while, and it fits the mood of a Call of Cthulhu game. Like, you're playing Vampire, you drink some wine. Yeah. Playing Cthulhu, you drink some scotch.
Although I had to go to cranberry juice for the second half, because if I drank more scotch, I'm going to be taking a nap in the second half.
I see how I do.
My pour was so huge that I brought a beer down, but it's in a koozie, and it's staying over there for a while.
The little 1-in-1?
Yeah.
Nice. That's the first thing I say. The second thing I want to say is this project, doing Time for Chaos is something that I wanted to do. Like when we were a year away from finishing the flagship, I was like, man, I hope that I can have time in my schedule someday to do a long-term Call of the Cthulhu campaign. And it has been incredibly stressful just because I'm a perfectionist, and this game laughs in the face of perfectionists because you can't. You can prepare and prepare and prepare. It really isn't. It's a game that it fights against preparation because you have to leave room for the players, and so it has been very stressful. It's also a show that I purposefully wanted to do with none of the original cast members that founded the network, because as we grow and branch out, I want to show that we can do things with whole new casts, and so this was a cast that I handpicked, and all of you said that you were all my first choices. You all said yes, and it has just been such an absolute joy to play with all 4 of you. And so I just want to say cheers and thank you for making this experience so wonderful.
Look at you buttering us up before you kill us all.
Yeah.
See, if I was drinking brown liquor right now, I would be crying.
I wish I was. But Troy, right back at you, man. For all that, like this world is so immersive. All these characters are so compelling. I care about them all so much. I see everything so clearly. It's
you're
great.
You're crushing it, Troy. Thank you.
This has been awesome. It's the highlight of my week.
Oh, I love that. And I think it's really resonating with people too. Like people who love this show. It scratches an itch, and I feel like over 20 episodes we're in the pocket now, and it's going to be sad to take a break, but that's why I want the this to kind of go out with a bang, and it will one way or another. 3 police cars pull up on you as you are just like a block and a half, 2.5 blocks from the Juju house. 7 cops pop out. Vaughn, you immediately recognize some of them from their shadowy faces when they were accosting you outside of Makunga Madari's apartment, where you saw your friend, Oberon Doyle, walking in. And they're like, folks, gonna need you to hop in the cars here. All of you, come on.
What have we done, officer?
What do you mean, hop in the car?
You're all coming with us, sir. You've
Is there
been
a
warned.
formal charge, sir?
Yeah, it's called mopery. Okay.
Mopery.
Mopery.
I'm fairly familiar with many of the laws that are available to be broken, and mopery is a first.
Are you resisting arrest? Because that's what this would be if you don't get in the cars right now. Please, we're not looking to get
arrested,
physical
sir?
here. Yes, you're being arrested. You've already been warned, sir. There's been reports of break-ins in the neighborhood and people fitting your description.
Are there other people, Troy, are there pedestrians taking notice of all this or what?
As those cars pulled up, like any pedestrians that were on that same side of the sidewalk as you, like crossed to the other side, and then maybe there's like a small group forming on the other side, wondering like what's going on. But like due to like normal racial tensions in Harlem between the police and the black community there, they're like not sticking around too long. So they're like look, linger, and then just keep moving.
Can we tell this is the 14th precinct by like their cars?
All
for
got
sure,
the badge,
yeah.
14th on the car. Folks, you got to come down with us. Hey, listen, if you're innocent, then we'll let you go. But
Of mopery? I feel like that's pretty obvious right now. I mean, I've had a rough couple days. I wouldn't say I'm moping.
It's not a crime to walk down a sidewalk.
it isn't. But when you do it over and over again, and we start hearing reports that people matching your description are doing things you're not supposed to, we've already talked to this gentleman here, and they point at Vaughn. He has already been warned to stop hanging out in this neighborhood and causing trouble. Now listen, if you're telling me you didn't cause trouble, that's great. You can tell us downtown. You're coming to the 14th with us. Let's go. And they start grabbing you and putting you in the car.
Oh, dear.
Well, they've got guns, and we really don't have as many guns, so I guess.
And we don't want them to know that we have guns, so
Yeah.
probably should go.
Let's go. Put your head. No handcuffs, but like you're all put
It's a bunch of bullshit.
You look up in the windows and people are just like
Cab.
gawking. Boop, boop.
Are we all in the same car? We've crammed up.
It's just like, oh God, couldn't you put us in three different
Carl
cars? No.
Cabs or whatever his name is in.
Vaughn's in his own car. Fairuz and Margot are in their own car, and Carter is in his own car.
Shit.
Like Fairuz and Margot together, and Carter is in his own car. And as you're driving, the cops just look back at you, Vaughn. We told you. We warned you to stop causing trouble.
I know my rights in this country. I can only assume that I'll be proffered a phone call when we arrive at your precinct.
You're a long way from home, buddy. We'll see. Lights come up on the four of you, packed into a little holding cell. You have been searched. Your weapons have been taken. Any personal items you had have been taken. And you're just sitting there. Hours go by.
We're
Any of you
being held.
say anything to the cops?
Are we all together again?
Yeah, you're all together again. Together again.
This is absolutely ludicrous.
I'm
Yeah.
getting hungry.
Hopefully you'll be out soon. You can get a bite to eat then.
Yeah, you gonna check with the judge about these mopery charges, or what's?
Judge ain't on till Monday, buddy.
Okay.
Well, you know who is on that I should be able to communicate with, which is Sir Gloucester Armstrong at the British Consulate. I should very much wish to speak to him. As is my right.
Oh, yeah?
Sir.
Is he the one that killed Mr. Body in the library with a wrench?
Wait a minute, I know you. You're that fucker that worked at the prison.
There's no use arguing
minute,
with these
you guys-
people.
Oh no!
I got promoted. I work the 14th now.
Oh shit!
Not gonna cut any ice with
These
this one.
fucking guys, they came to the Sing Sing trying to talk to the guy that was on death row. No, we all talk like this. Listen, Sir Gloucester, what are you going to make a long-distance call to England? No, man. You want to make a local, sure. Not going to be running up charges here, trying to call England. I don't even think you can do that in 1925.
The British consulate in New York, damn it.
Oh, the British consulate in New York. Look at this guy. He knows the Sir Gloucester fuckface. Listen, Captain Robeson will be in a little bit. He wants to talk to you. He wants to talk to each and every one of you specifically. Yeah. So when Robeson comes in, when's his shift start today? The guy's like, 10 o'clock.
Oh god.
Yeah,
AM?
Robeson will be in at 10 p.m., ma'am.
What?
Yeah,
So do we get to make any phone call at all? Can we call
Sure.
a lawyer?
Oh, you want to call a lawyer? You want to lawyer up? You want to bring
Yeah.
lawyers into
We
this?
do
Sure.
have a lawyer we can call.
Yes,
Yes.
we would like to call our lawyer. This is bullshit.
Hey, look at this one speaks. What'd you say?
Bullshizer. Yeah.
Bullshit?
I said it was your face. Bullshit.
Oh, it's my face. Oh, you're feisty. You're feisty. Yeah, you want to have a phone call? Sure. And they like bring over a phone. You each can make one phone call. Oh, you want to call Sir Goose? What's his name? Goose?
Gloucester Armstrong. He is the current consulate general in New York of Britain. You can look it up. It's real.
All right. You know what? I'll give. Let me try that. Sir Gloucester Armstrong. How'd I do? Let me see.
God, Americans with their joking, it's just not even funny. It's just grating. They just say, oh God, can they stop?
He's,
Can we have the phone?
We called Sir Gloucester and nobody picked up. You want to try again?
No,
His
I don't think that
secretary
would be
said he'd take a
necessary.
message. Here. You want to leave a message for the secretary?
We want to call our lawyer. I think
should
his name
call
is
our
Carlton
lawyer
Ramsey. I think
and-
that's the guy.
Erica Carlisle, maybe? She's our friends now.
All right, so obviously I'm goofing off here, but if you, let's see, each of you get one call. So you've got, Carlton Ramsey, you've got Jonah Kensington, you've got, maybe you want to try and get old Erica Carlisle. Each will require a luck roll to see if you get a hold of them.
Can we have a group huddle here, like out of character?
Sure.
As we're trying to discuss what we're.
Yeah, let us know when you want to make a call. Like I said, Robeson will be in at 10. Wants to talk to you.
Consulate, great idea. I think Erica Carlisle, might be a Hail Mary.
Schoenberg?
Wasn't there Elias's lawyer?
That's
Yeah.
that's Carlton.
Carlton
I think, right?
Ramsey.
Carlton, yeah. I
Carlton
think
Ramsey,
a lawyer should definitely be on there.
Yeah, I think that Erica would also have. The problem is, I think Erica would also have to be Vaughn because he's the one who made the real connection there. So
There's
consulate-
also, I also seem to make a connection with her lawyer. So that's another.
That's
Oh,
a good
Bradley
point.
Gray.
Bradley Gray actually could be huge.
Yeah.
You call that guy. One of us calls Carlton. I guess me because didn't he?
Because I think
Vaughn
you
and
spoke to him.
Yeah, Vaughn and Carter were the only ones who
Yeah.
met him.
Yeah.
I can call Schoenberg.
Okay.
Yep, sure.
Who would
Call
I
your
do?
dad. Call
I can
your
call
dad.
my dad, but he's probably gonna dick me over on this thing. But let's. This will be our wild card.
Okay.
Every situation needs a wild card.
Wild card. All right, who wants to make the first phone call and who is it to?
I think.
Call the lawyers first.
Yeah, let me call the lawyer.
All right, give me
Actually,
a luck.
no, Vaughn. Yeah, Vaughn. Why don't you do Bradley Gray's probably got more clout than Carlton.
Okay. I'll try to get in touch with Bradley Gray.
Okay.
So luck roll.
Luck roll, yeah.
All right. That's a 26 under 47.
26 under 47. Hello, you've reached the offices of Bradley Gray.
Oh, hello. Could you be so kind as connect me to Mr. Gray personally? This is Vaughn Villiers calling. The matter is somewhat urgent.
Mr. Gray's not in the office today. I could connect you to his home.
Oh shit! It's Saturday.
Yes, if you could oblige me to connect him at his home, I'd be ever so grateful.
All right, hold please. Hello, this is Bradley Gray.
Bradley, old sport. Sir Villiers, you remember me from the other evening?
Von Villiers, as I live and breathe. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I wish I could be calling you under slightly more, luxurious circumstances, old man. But, as it turns out, I've got myself in a bit of a predicament.
Have you?
Yes, indeed. It seems I'm currently under lock and key at the 14th precinct up in Harlem. Thrown in the jug, old man, yes.
Mr. Villiers, what have you been up to? I don't know if you're aware of this, but imagine me in an ascot right now, because that's what I'm wearing.
Oh, trust and believe, Mr. Gray. I rarely imagine you, when I imagine you, in anything but an ascot.
I think it'll help paint the picture. You say you're in the slammer in the 14th precinct. Whatever happened, Mr. Villiers?
A miscarriage of justice is what happened, Mr. Gray. Trumped-up charges of mopery have been placed upon me and four of my compatriots, and we are currently now cooling our heels, waiting to be interviewed by a policeman named Robeson, who we know to be corrupt. If you could, by any chance, work some of your solicitation and to free us from our current predicament, our gratitude would know no bounds, and mine in particular.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm on the island today with some of my friends, but anything for you, Mr. Villiers? I sense a real connection with you. I would love to help in any way I can. You say you're... Let me get a pen here. You say you're in the 14th... Son of a gun, they don't have any pens on the island. No, you say you're in the 14th precinct. Is that Harlem?
Yes.
Mr. Villiers, I'm sure you have quite a story as to how this went down.
Yes, and I can't wait to tell it to you, Gray, when I'm more at leisure to do so. But
perhaps over dinner Monday evening?
Yes, Mr. Gray. I should be delighted to share your company.
Then I will take care of this post-haste. Now, I can't make any promises, but I do have some friends that work in an adjoining precinct, and I also know a few lawyers that work on the weekend. I will do my best, Mr. Villiers. I wouldn't want you to miss our dinner on Monday. You know what? I will wear the same ascot that I'm wearing right now.
I trust that you will. I look forward to seeing it when I'm at liberty to do so.
It's purple.
Well, I look forward to seeing your vermilion-hued ascot on Monday Eve. Until then...
By the time.
Please, grease the wheels of justice for us, Mr. Gray.
I will indeed, Mr. Villiers. And please, do take care of yourself.
You as well, Mr. Gray. Ta.
A little connection there. He's out on the island. He's a little busy, but he says he's going to take care of it. How fast can this happen?
I've got a date with the Gray. I've got a date with the lawyer. Right.
Fairuz's dad would love if she went on a date with a lawyer. I'm writing on my water bill. Who wants to try their luck at another phone call? The fucking mosquito in my room. Why did the mosquito get me? I live.
You deserve it. You're having way too much fun right now.
It's October.
I think I'll try calling my dad.
Okay. Give me a luck roll. Hey, you might not get through. And a failed luck roll doesn't mean you don't get through, by the way, because this is fun.
I rolled a 33 under 72.
That's hard.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hard.
Hello.
That's a full Skype call. That's not even just a phone call. You've somehow invented video chat.
I know. Man.
Ring. Hello.
Hello, Baba.
Nadia, who is that? Fairuz.
Yeah.
Is everything all right? Are you okay?
Did I call you at a bad time? I sure hope I didn't ruin your evening with that graduate student who I'm sure was doing her best to earn some extra credit last night.
Is this why you called? Is this why you called to berate me? There's a fucking mosquito in my house. What is it? Are you okay? Are you safe? I'm not here to be chastised by my own daughter.
Well, there is something you could help me out with, seeing that we had such a bit of a misunderstanding last night, and there is something you could clear up for me, since you weren't about to divulge anything to me as of interest. in our previous conversation. I was wondering if you had any connections down at the 14th precinct in Manhattan.
The police?
Yes.
I mean, we know people who are on the inside, but I do not know if they have connections with the 14th precinct. Why, are you in trouble?
I think there's been a little bit of a misunderstanding. Under no absolute certain charges whatsoever, my friends and I have been taken in for, what was it called again?
Mopery.
Mopery. I've never heard such a word before in my life. Mopery.
Feiruz, this is what I warned you about. You are in too deep. You are lucky to be in prison.
Lucky?
Yes, you're probably safest there. You should stay.
And what if these people do harm to me? Then what then? When you had a choice to do something to let me out and chose not to do anything, that's going to be over your head.
I told you to go home.
Well, I can't go home if I'm stuck here, can I?
So let me ask you this. If I try to get you out, will you come home tonight?
With bells and whistles, yes.
All right. I'll see what I can do. But know this, Feiruz. I will stay up all night waiting for you to arrive. If you do not come, I will fear the worst.
As you should.
Nadi, come on! I opened the Chablis! I gotta go.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
I will see you, when did I say? Later tonight. Bye.
The Chablis is perfect. I've opened the box wine!
I've opened the box wine!
Do you got any cooking, Sherry?
Kate, Rob, who wants up next?
I'll go. A little Jack and Jill back and forth. Jack and Jill phone calls.
Okay, and you're trying to contact...
Carlton Ramsey.
Carlton Ramsey. Maybe the best option. He's local. He is your point person.
Yeah.
Give me a luck roll.
That's why I failed it.
Oh no.
You have reached the offices of Carlton Ramsey. I'm not in right now. Please leave a message.
Yeah, hi, Carlton. I don't know if this works or not, or if these things even exist at this point.
I refuse for like these type of things not to say that answering machines exist.
Yeah. Carter's just talking in a dial tone. If you get this message,
Is the switchboard operator like,
I'm sorry, he's not here right now.
just
Hold
tell
please.
him. Yeah, tell him dragons, imprisonment, mopery. I think it should all be clear.
They say that the answering machine was invented in 1935, but maybe someone invented it in 1931, and there's some sort of technology in 1929 that may have done it. So it did not exist, but we'll say that there's like an answering service that would be like, all right, we'll contact him immediately.
Okay, thanks so much. And make sure you got dragon?
I wrote dragon,
Okay,
yes.
dragon, mopery, false imprisonment.
Have a good day.
Thank you. I mean, it's shaping up.
Margot, no long distance calls to Berlin.
Well, damn it. She's gonna call Rebecca.
Schoenberg. Okay, calling the Berg. Give me a luck roll.
Yes, luck roll. My luck's not so hot.
Okay. Like I said, a luck roll may not mean you don't get through.
75 over 39.
That doesn't sound great.
yo.
Oh, Rebecca, she left with a horrible smelling man about an hour and a half ago. It was his body odor and his halitosis. It was terrible, but they seemed to get on. She left with him. They said they were going to Arby's.
Arby's. Okay.
He's treating her.
If she comes back, if you see her, just leave a message from Margot, please. We really need
Margot,
to...
please.
Margot, Sour,
Margot.
please leave a message.
Got it. Margot Sauer to call
The 14th
you?
precinct.
Just say 14th precinct
14th precinct. Okay.
and help.
Help. Got it. Okay. Thank you for the message.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Goodbye. She hangs up the phone, defeated.
And the hours tick. If there's a small window in this area, you just see it getting darker and darker.
Are we separated or together?
No, you're all together in this like holding cell. I'm imagining a cell similar to the final episode of Seinfeld, where they're all in that really tiny cell in that terrible episode of my favorite show of all time.
What a bummer. Way to bring it
What a
down. The most
terrible
existential
finale.
horror of all is the Seinfeld finale.
Yeah.
But it's darker and more grim and more 20s, and you're all in there together, small, cramped. They give you water. Anytime you ask for food, they're like, sorry, eating Subway. Right around 9:45, guy rolls in.
Of course.
And God, you've been here now. Like, imagine it's 12 o'clock when you got picked up. You've been in here for close to 10 hours, just sitting. As time is ticking by, as lives are hanging in the balance, and this guy comes in, and he is not dressed like a cop. In fact, he's dressed very nicely. He looks like someone that would be hanging out at the Waldorf Astoria. He looks like a man of means. Maybe he's got a little extra money in his pocket. He is a little bit overweight, and he's all smiles to everybody. And when he comes in, a couple of them pull him aside, and they're like motioning towards you. He's got like a comb over, blondish hair. It hasn't even started to gray, but there's just not much of it, so it's combed over, little rotund, but he's dressed in a nice, almost like a three-piece suit, and they're whispering and pointing, and he just looks over at you at all, smiles, and waves. Then he goes into an office.
Is that the guy that we saw with the envelope coming out of Juju house?
No.
Okay.
You haven't seen this guy before, so it lets you know that he's probably just sending his underlings to go do his pickups.
Does he look at any one of us in particular
No,
when he waves?
no, you are one person to him.
I mean, maybe this is Bradley Gray's guy, right? Maybe this is somebody, a friendly person.
I know that hope springs eternal with you, Tillinghast.
Phone rings. One of the officers picks it up, and he's like, hold on. Goes over to the office of that guy, knocks on it. Come in.
Oh, he's got an office. I forgot.
Goes in, and transfers the call to the back or whatever. A little more time passes, another phone call comes in, he transfers that call, and you're wondering, like, is this your cavalry helping you out? You're not quite sure, but it's actually just prolonging the time that you get to speak with him. And then he comes out, and now he's dressed like a beat cop, except he's got a nicer uniform, maybe some stripes. And he clears out all the other officers. And he's all smiles with you as he approaches your cell. And he's like, I'm so sorry to keep all of you waiting. Now, from what I understand, you're all just visiting New York City, right? We got one of you's from North Boston, and you're from Arkham, Massachusetts, and then you're all the way from England. And this little lady, you came all the way here to New York City from Germany. such a long way to come to our great city, but then you came all the way here, and from what I understand, one of your good friends passed away. Passed away shortly after the four of you arrived. In fact, I made a couple of phone calls, and it appears the four of you were at the scene of the crime on the night of the murders, and then just kind of fled the scene unexpectedly. And now, I'm hearing that you're spending a lot of time in Harlem. And, sorry, I'm sitting here gabbing. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Captain Robeson, Captain William Robeson. This is my precinct, and I'm kind of in charge of Harlem. That's how we look at it here. There's a lot of crime here, a lot of riffraff. You know what I mean? And I have to take care of it. And normally, good folks like you, I don't bother with, because you don't cause trouble up in Harlem. But yet here you are. Time and time again, I keep hearing about the four of you is kind of butting your nose around where it doesn't belong, and even you, sir, points at Vaughn. My boys kind of gave you a warning. Didn't take our advice. I'm hearing about break-ins in the neighborhood, and I don't know if that has anything to do with you, but I gotta keep my precinct safe, you understand? So, why don't you tell me what's going on? And he's all smiles, all like dripping with this gross charm.
I won't speak without a lawyer present.
Oh, sure. No, we got a couple phone calls about some lawyers we were gonna get in here, and we told them they're welcome to come. I'm sure they'll be here any time now. It's getting late, though. Some of them might decide it's better off just to wait until Monday.
Yeah. It's just the problem is, sir, it's going to be a real shame when we're stuck in here and we don't get out, and our friend in the press ends up running with the story about corruption in the 14th precinct and how it's in conjunction with a bunch of disappearances in Harlem. It would just be a shame if we're still here and our contact doesn't hear from us, and you end up getting a spotlight shown right on your precious little precinct here. But do what you want to do.
His smile very quickly goes away.
Oh, also, she knows we're here. We called her.
Or him. We don't know. Could be any gender. Gendered person of the press.
Forget that it's not
I suppose
very equal.
What my friends are saying is that we don't have much information at all to tell you. We've already told everything to the press. And from where we're sitting, it does not seem as though there's much cause to have us behind bars. But I believe in America you have something called a right to silence.
We also might have had some very convincing evidence. Maybe. But it's all hearsay.
It's just like he went from super confident to not unconfident, but like there's a change in his face immediately. And he's like, okay.
So much to say that if anything were to happen to us, it would reflect quite poorly.
Sir.
On the 14th Precinct and its administration.
You are safe here.
Oh,
We're not animals. We're here to protect, to serve, and protect.
Yes.
But it doesn't sound like you want to play nice with us. Talking about going to the press, you're talking about corruption. Those are big words, big charges. Why don't we open up here? What are we talking about?
I think we're talking about you opening this door and letting us go about our business.
Oh, sure. That sounds like a great idea.
We've done absolutely nothing wrong and nothing warranted for you to bring us in here in the first place.
You know what, Mopery, it's very common these days, just hanging out where you're not supposed to be. It's a real charge. And if we wait all the way until Monday, there's a good chance you might get it dropped, or there's a good chance you might get a fine. But either way, you're gonna have to spend a couple of really hard days hanging out here. You can share that toilet, though, if you have to go. I'm sure my guys got you some water if you're thirsty. Maybe we can get you a loaf of bread from the deli. But it sounds like you don't want to be friends here. It sounds like you want to be a little adversarial with me, talking about going to the press and all this stuff.
I mean, it's past tense, sir. The press has been gone to. It's a matter of whether or not we are able to contact them with our own freedom. And
Evidence has already been submitted, and if we're not let out because we're not being arrested on any charges, any real charges, then I believe the press will have no choice than to print their story on you.
Yes, you must be confused, Mr. Robeson. This isn't a situation where we're cooperating with you. This is more, are you willing to cooperate with the truth that is going to come out?
It's not a matter of if.
I'd rather wonder what... I mean, if you'd be willing to speak to them, then perhaps the court of public opinion will go much easier upon Captain Robeson.
yeah, maybe it wasn't Captain Robeson that's responsible for a lot of this stuff. Maybe he had
Perhaps
a lot of bad
you're protecting
agents.
somebody else.
Yeah.
He gets closer to the cell now. What do you think you know?
Well, of course, we know that you're... I mean, it was all for money, wasn't it? These things so often are. It would cause one to be derelict in their duty in the ways that you have.
Hey, I'm a good cop, and this is a good precinct. We got a lot of good cops here. Guys that got 10, 15 years on the force. I got 17 myself. I worked hard to gain this position.
Do you join any social groups, any extracurriculars?
I'm in the Elks Club.
I just want to know how hard you guys worked at turning your heads the other way. When people in your own neighborhood, regardless of race or creed, are disappearing. You're okay with that? As long as you get a little green?
Okay, I see what this is all about. This is about Hilton Adams.
Not just him, sir.
Listen, Adams is guilty, and he's gonna fry for it.
You can keep
And
telling
until this recent death, the streets were clean since we locked him up. So don't tell me he had nothing to do with this. We were right to arrest him.
Except
This
they
is some
continued to
copycat killer.
happen.
Yeah, one time recently. It's some copycat killer. This shit was happening all the time. We arrested him. We sent him to Sing Sing, and then the streets are free and easy for months.
I
we did the right
framed
thing.
him.
I think you
framed
wanted a
him.
scapegoat, and I think you're being paid off to cover up some other secret.
Listen, I don't know what you think you know, but things work a little differently here in New York than they might in Boston or England or Germany. Okay?
I'm starting to think that you don't know the whole story, Robeson. Maybe you are the one in the dark here.
Well, enlighten me, my dear. What is the whole story? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Can we... I mean, is his ignorance
Can we do a psychology
sincere?
roll?
Yeah.
Like,
On that statement, yeah. Like that he's playing
Like-
dumb about
Yeah.
not knowing.
Yeah, give me a psychology roll, all individual.
who's good? Okay, we could all do one.
Go!
Was that a good
I don't
or
know.
bad?
It's not great.
Oh.
Can we
But
can
everyone
still
else
push
should-
rolls. We can still push rolls.
I got a 99.
Oh.
Is that
Oh.
What's your psychology skill?
at 50?
Oh, if it's 50, that's not a fumble. 100 is a fumble. If it was 49, that'd be a fumble.
Oh, okay.
I got a 29 under 50.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
What about you, Vaughn? Were you able to assess anything? All right,
No.
so
30 over 11.
I'll spend 4 to make it hard. A hard
make it a hard success? Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
take away those 4 points. And all right, so you get the sense that he knows some of what you're talking about, but he seems a little bit in the dark about, he isn't just playing coy here, I'll say, you know what I mean? Like, clearly he's not saying certain things, but he's kind of fishing to see what you're really talking about.
So we
That's
can...
that.
All right.
Like to see what we're talking about as in
Is like, you know, are we talking about the same thing? He doesn't want to say it.
All right.
That's why he's like, "So why don't you tell me what you think we're talking about?" Like, he doesn't want to say it because he's not sure if you're talking about the same thing. Like, he knows what he's done, but maybe he doesn't know what he's done.
Yeah.
Should we
What do
go
you know
in a
about-
little more? Yeah, go ahead.
Do it.
What do you know about the cult of the bloody tongue?
What?
Yeah, in Juju house. And what's going on in the basement?
Wait. First of all, I don't know anything about any cults or any basements.
Of course not, Mr. Robeson. Unfortunately, we have photographic evidence of one of your men receiving a payout from the proprietor of the Juju house, as well as the books that corroborate a steady and frequent payout.
All right.
To you.
Listen,
your
I
man.
don't know how things go back in jolly old London, but this is prohibition, okay? There's a lot of speakeasies in town. There's plenty of cops like myself. Yeah, we get a little bit of payout. It goes all around. All the guys in my precinct get a piece of that, not just to me. And we turned a blind eye to a couple of places that want to sell some drinks.
This
after
is
dark.
not-
This
Yes,
isn't her
except
neighborhood.
every time that these people meet, it's not that they're meeting to get drinks. People are getting killed and people are going missing on the same nights that people are gathering.
Well, I
Tonight is one
you're
of
gonna
those
pin it
nights.
all on one little speakeasy. You know how many speakeasies there are in Harlem?
Have you ever
This is
been
why
to
the
this
streets are crawling every Friday night.
I mean, I'm
It's
sure that you
not a
do.
speakeasy.
I'm sure that you do receive these payouts from numerous establishments of that sort. But have you ever actually attended this Juju House speakeasy, Captain Robeson? And seen the wares they have for sale in the basement?
No, I work here. I don't spend my free time here. They take care of us, and we turn a blind eye. They're not hurting anybody. I have a whole row of places that do this.
I'm feeling
What if we
so
show you?
bad for you, Mr. Robeson, because what that means is that when those photographs are published, then the connection that you have not made will be made in the minds of the readers of the New York Times.
Wait, what photographs? What are you talking about? What is there something else going on at Juju?
Photographs.
That's what
from
I've
the
been trying to
basement.
tell you.
What's going on down there?
Disembowelment, for one.
That means murder, sir, via the guts.
All right, these are very strong charges. You have to understand, okay? And first of all, if I had known something like that was going on, we wouldn't be taking money from them. But second of all, you got to prove this. You can't just walk in here and
Yeah.
tell me like, oh, you're taking money from this place and they're killing people down there.
We
Well,
have
luckily-
photos, the press has photos.
Yeah, and guess what? Other cops have been involved, and other cops may already be dead.
What other cops? My men?
I should
Lieutenant
hope you
Poole.
know if it was your men.
Lieutenant Poole of the other precinct.
Pool?
Whatever.
The 10th.
Pool in
Yes.
the 10th?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Pool is a pain in the ass.
He's actually a trustworthy man, something you might want to look into.
All
And
right.
We
Chief.
told him all about this, and he went to check it out with a couple of his other cop buddies.
He's been missing for 3 days.
Yes.
All right, hold on. You tell me Pool is out working outside of his jurisdiction?
He's trying to save lives, unlike you, pal.
I tried to stay away from the mopery charges of pool right now. We're telling you that dead people that are dying in the bottom of Juju House. All these people that have gone missing are down there. We have photographic evidence of it. You have taken a part in covering that up, whether you know it or not.
I haven't taken part in anything. I didn't know anything
But-
about this.
But
Two
the
nights.
press already has photographic evidence. And so you, whether you like it or not, if we do not go there tonight, if you do not see this yourself, then come tomorrow. If we are harmed in any way, then the press is going to release this and you are going to be implicated in it, whether you like it or not.
There are two options before you, Mr. Robeson. You can either be dragged to the press and destroyed, or break up what's happening at Juju House and be a hero.
And you have to make that choice right now because it's going down tonight.
Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Carter's just in the back, like snap dancing.
We're putting on a musical later.
I didn't think this would go this way.
This is the difficulty with a game like this. Your role play is so convincing and excellent. It's hard to call for a role, but I want to call for a role anyways.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that the result of the role is the result of like, no, I'm not gonna go. It's just, let's just see what happens. Because that's the beauty of this game. Failed roles are just as beautiful as successful rolls. So who wants to roll a persuade? I mean, I don't really think you're charming this guy.
let's
Maybe.
just persuade.
It's maybe an
Persuade or
intimidate,
intimidate,
but not
yeah.
for me.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
and
intimidate.
persuade.
Sure. You're definitely
Does
cockier
any of
than
us
he
even
thought.
have
you'd be.
intimidation?
No.
Is that even a skill?
15
It
in
is.
intimidate.
Yeah, I've got a 15 in intimidate.
50 in persuade.
Yeah, I'm better at persuade.
Me
Yeah,
too.
persuade sounds good. What are everyone's persuade skills?
So low.
I got a
Okay.
65.
Yeah, I don't want to call for a group persuade and penalize you for taking the lowest, but the best of you can roll it.
Okay. Where is it on the sheet? I've totally lost it.
It's
On
under.
the top right.
Yeah.
Top
Got
right
it,
for
got it.
persuade, and then middle for intimidate.
All right.
Middle.
I have very bad scores in both.
Okay. But you said you have a 65 there,
Yeah.
Rob?
Let's try it.
Robbo?
Don't forget we got push and we have luck.
Yep.
I got
roll?
an 87, which is pretty bad. So I'm gonna push it.
Okay. Tell me what you're doing differently in your tactic. And it's kind of pedantic, but like that's what the push is meant to be.
Okay, all right. Carter is like, listen, my first attempt to persuade you might not have worked, but you don't want people to end up like this. And I take my mask off.
Okay, that is how you push a roll. Oh, God!
Have we ever seen you without your mask off?
No, I don't think you've taken it
I
off.
think I made a joke that I came in hungover with the mask on the other side of my face, but that's, I want to erase that from the
I've seen
record.
it slip. Never-
Yeah, I mean,
never
even then
full.
they might have been like looked away,
Yeah,
but here
this
you
is full
fully
on-
expose it.
Full on, just
Oh, I love it. Okay,
Carter's
that's
naked.
how you fucking do it. Great. Good job.
24.
There it is. And he's just like, oh, God. He's like looking into a hole. He might even have to roll a sanity check, but he fails. He's like, listen, I didn't want to get anybody hurt. Okay, I got a family. I got kids. We were just trying to make a couple extra bucks. Turning a blind eye. I don't care what these people do. We're just, as long as the streets are safe. We thought that, we got the right guy. We thought we got the right guy, and so we locked him up, and everything was fine. You're telling me that the Juju house is the one that's been causing all this trouble?
Yeah,
There's the
and now
locust
other cops
house.
might be dead.
All right,
Your brothers.
let's say brass tacks. Let's brass tacks here. If I'm able to possibly help in some way, maybe we could avoid all this public stuff that would make us look bad. Okay, because there's nothing in it for me if I'm just helping you and I'm gonna end up on my ass after all of this. You understand? Okay, I'm open to considering some sort of amicable agreement here, but I need to know that I'm not going to be put out after this.
Robeson, we have simply told a story to the press. If you add details through your actions that amends and changes that story, then you shall write yourself a different part.
Yeah, from one grifter to another. We got your back if you help us out. I
Okay.
put the mask back on.
Okay. All right, what time is it? He looks at his watch, and it's like 1:45.
My God.
Son of a bitch.
He's like,
It's
so,
almost too late.
what do you mean it's almost too late? They do this stuff now at night?
They do this
Yes,
at now,
there is
under the
something
dark
with
of the
the
moon.
new moon, and that's when people go missing. And tonight is the new moon, but you kept us in here, and we might be missing it.
I got like 3 guys I can spare. I got to keep somebody here. He's thinking. He's like trying to like rack his brain on.
We need to go.
Take us with you.
We need to all go.
He's like, you gotta imagine he's weighing all of the possibilities of like, what if they're full of shit? What if I lose this source of income? What if I fuck this all up and it spreads across town that like Robeson's not on the take? It's like Serpico shit. When Serpico doesn't want to take the money, they're like, all right, well, fuck you, man.
If we are indeed full of shit, then we just come back here and you hold us for the weekend.
I got a better idea. You come with us, okay? And I'll tell you why you come with us. Because I'm gonna bring 3 of my men. I can spare 3 of my men. You think that'll be enough?
No, but we'll take what we can get.
Yes.
But these are three of my best men. They work the shift with me. We'll take 3 of my men, and you come too. But you stay behind. And I'm gonna tell you why you're gonna stay behind. Because if I go in there, go knocking down this door, breaking in, guns blazing, and there's nothing going on in there, I'm gonna turn right around, and I'm gonna take you right back here. And your lawyer friends, and your reporter friends, and all these people that have been bothering my guys over the past couple hours, they're not gonna hear back from you, because I'm gonna send you downtown, okay? And then there's gonna be a lot of red tape to try and find you, and I'm not threatening you. This isn't a threat. I'm just telling you how this is gonna work. We're all going, because I'm not gonna look like an asshole. They've been very good to me.
Well,
It's a kindly old man that works the shop, and you're telling me all this, and I've just gotta go on your word? I'm not saying I don't believe. Well, I'm not saying I don't believe you, but you gotta understand I gotta protect my interests as well. So we'll all go to Juju house.
sounds great.
All right. Okay then. And he storms out, goes like past his office out into the lobby area, and there's just like a hustle and bustle with cops being like, lawyers, New York Times. And a officer who you haven't seen before comes up, and he walks up to your cell and unlocks it and opens it. And he's just, he doesn't look like a rookie cop, but he's young. He's a young guy. And he's just looking at you. You can tell that Robeson told him things. And he's just really trying to read you like they taught him at the academy.
Our things. Do we get to our things?
Chief, do we give them their weapons back and stuff? And he looks at all of you.
I look at him and I go, if
You might need all
this is true,
He's like, they were all heavily armed, Cap. One of them had a sawed-off shotgun.
put it in the trunk.
And he said, yeah. I mean, he's got 3 guys. So he's like, yeah, sure. They're not gonna kill a cop if we decide to bring them in.
Now listen, if anyone goes down there, are we out? Can we keep, is Robeson around? I want to make sure.
You're like
Robeson's-
all getting your shit, you're getting your go bag, you're getting all
ACDC's Thunderstruck starts playing.
nice.
Dun, dun, dun.
Cut to lightning over Harlem.
Right.
And Carter's like, whatever you see in the basement, do not open the hatch that's down there. Trust us.
He looked. Robeson's guys are looking at him. He's like, "Oh, but what do you mean the hatch? What hatch? What's going on down there?"
There's a
Listen,
kid in
killing.
that basement.
We're getting ahead of ourselves, but yeah.
they should
It's about
know.
taking out the people down there.
All right. Don't open the hatch, and don't open fire unless you're under duress. We're just gonna go down there and arrest these guys if it looks like they're doing. If we see any evidence of wrongdoing. Let me ask you this though. Before we head in there, and they're like all grabbing their guns and getting suited up, putting on their winter jackets. They're like, Thunder! He's like, I've been, I don't do the pickups, but I've been in Juju House. It's a small place. How many guys they fit in there?
It's in the basement.
There's a basement to that
There's
place?
a
There's a
hatch behind the
hatch.
counter.
You have
hatch.
to ask to see the basement.
I asked to see the basement. What the fuck are you talking about? There's a.
That's where they meet. That's where we found the bodies. That's where all that photographic evidence is from the basement.
Right behind that counter, there is a hatch. If it's
a
open,
hatch.
you'll have to go down. If not, you may have to break it down.
Yeah, there's no lock on it. At least there wasn't before.
Is there a staircase or?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, big staircase or?
Quite
I
slim.
think fairly
I
narrow.
think it was a
sir.
single file, yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's going to be a tight space, but that's where they're conducting all of their nefarious businesses.
Yeah, here, Carter grabs is there like a piece of paper on a desk? Just kind of like draws the corridor, the door, the next room, almost as if it looks like it's in Roll20. Every square here is a 5-foot square.
Oh wow, that's great. This is to scale.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, is there a place where you can be, just kind of in the back? I want to keep you behind us.
Yeah, we'll be in the store. We'll be your backup.
We can stay behind you.
Yes.
You're not our backup. You're
We
there.
are the mystery squad. People are talking about us.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to think this through, and you can tell like he's calling an audible here because you're threatening his livelihood, you're threatening his reputation, and you rolled a convincing persuade. So he's like, just going on the fly here. He's like, all right, whatever you got to do, just stay. You do not come in there, okay? We're gonna take care of this. We're the police, and if there's nothing going on, I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna haul your ass right back here. You
Captain,
understand?
when you see the things that we've seen down there, once you see those things, you're going to thank your lucky stars that we're right behind you, aiding you.
He looks at you like, all right, honey. This is Harlem. We've seen some shit.
Not like the shit we've seen.
All right. Let's go. And you fucking leave with Captain William Robeson. 3 overnight beat cops.
Never would I
Not
have
how
thought.
I thought this was going.
And the
I thought the game
mystery
was gonna
squad.
end.
I thought it was the end of the game. The mystery squad and 4 cops.
You've been thunderstruck.
There is this like, you know that like post-Christmas snow where it's just a flurry and it's cold but not bitingly cold on the East Coast, and it's almost beautiful, especially in New York with the street lights or street lamps here, and you see the only way you know it's snowing is by looking up at the street lamps because you see those little dots coming through, and that's what this night is. It's like oddly calm and warm. Not physically warm, but warm in your heart. And you walk in the direction of the Juju house with these cops who 10, 12 hours ago arrested you for mopery, which was a real charge in the 20s.
It's like loitering.
Is it like loitering?
Straight out of the book.
I mean, mopery during the time of the Great Depression seems like it goes hand in hand.
Yeah, it's like a made-up charge just to be like, come on. Isn't that what fucking Rambo gets arrested for at the beginning of Rambo?
we know
It's
what happened
basically
there.
mopery. That's what that is. Hey, come on, man, turn around. He's like, fuck that. I want a sandwich. Mopery. Now it's like, by the time you get there, it's after 1. You've been there watching the Juju house this late at night. You know this is when like all these people came, but like a lot has happened since the first time you staked out Juju house. A lot has happened, and you fucking went in there like bulls in a china shop, killing zombies, knocking down doors, tossing shit all over the alcove, like a real mess. Well, you get there now, and we just see our view coming up to the alley like Mulholland Drive going to the back of the restaurant. But instead of turning and seeing that monster guy, we see the alley. It's just that long alleyway that ends in a single door, and it's a new door. What was once a, nothing fancy wooden door is now like maybe an iron door, or like wood with iron reinforcements. The whole original door is gone, and there's a new door in its place. There is no one standing outside. You look, and that little window that has a couple curios in it, and the hours for the store is dark. Robeson looks back at you. So you're telling me there's somebody in there? It's not just the old man sleeping?
Yeah, there's something in there.
In the basement. No matter
Start
what he
walk.
says, insist to see it.
All right.
Are we supposed to wait here, sir, or where can we?
Can, yeah. You wait here. Stay here. We'll take care of this. Let the police handle this, okay? But don't go too far, because I'll tell you right now, I'll find you. I know you were at the Waldorf Astoria.
Yep, still there.
Yep.
That's not true. But I'll find you. And he leaves you at the mouth of this alley as they walk towards the door. And you're just seeing this. You see the little door to the pawn shop not too far away as these 4 cops walk up. And they're, walking slowly, but not like guns drawn type of thing. They're just walking up thinking like, what's going on here? It looks like a quiet little antique store that's closed. Robeson gives a nod to one of his guys, and guy's like, boom, 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 boom. Tells him to knock again. Boom, 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 boom. It's like, there's no answer. You sure you think something's going on in there?
Oh yeah. You guys have a battering ram or?
Yeah, we got a ram. We brought a ram.
Bust that shit down.
One of the guys has got like this. But he's like, hold on. Let me just see if we can. Hello, Mr. Kwane. This is Captain Robeson. We just got to chat real quick. Bum, 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 bum. He puts his ear to the door. It's a weird sound. It's very faint, but I definitely hear some.
What does it
That's not
sound
great.
like?
I don't know. It just sounds like. It sounds like singing.
Guys, it's
They're
happening.
down there.
The hatch is open.
That's not singing.
All right.
Put stuff in your ears. Can you got a little something? Maybe put some stuff?
We're fine. It's like, we'll break it down. They probably didn't bring a battering ram, but like, they know how to improvise. And so they just, he looks at you one last time. He's like, you stay there.
While we stay here, Margot's getting paranoid at this point. Like, can I just look around, make sure no one's like watching us? Because we're at like the opening of the alley while they're down there. I guess spot hidden while this is happening.
Yeah.
A 6 under 62.
Ooh. It is eerily quiet on this street. There aren't even passers-by. Last time you were here, there were at least a couple winos bouncing about, making noise. There's no one.
I do not feel good. We should go in right after them.
I think we give it a few minutes and then we do go in after.
I think less, yeah. Let's just take up the rear.
As soon as we don't see them, just slowly start walking up.
Mm-hmm. In the war, the first wave that would go over the top, that was just to soften them up. You'd very rarely see them come back. Why do I get the feeling that we are sending these men to certain doom?
Because we are.
And all the more reason why we should absolutely follow them in there, because if we catch them harming these police officers, then we need to get evidence of that, Margot, because otherwise they're going to just pin that on us, possibly.
Photographs, yes.
Yeah, I think we should.
See, one of the cops is like, he's jammed something in there and he's jimmying in it like.
Robeson, let us come with you.
No, get the fuck back, man. We got this. We're cops.
You don't have this.
Well,
Ma'am.
you'd send them down.
I'm gonna have to ask you to wait. We've got this.
All right.
It's fine. I know these guys too. If they're doing something they're not supposed to, I'll take care of it. The guy pops the door and it opens. And you can see from where you're standing, like the store that all 4 of you have been in now multiple times. It's just complete darkness. And he's like, where's the, behind the counter?
Behind the counter.
Yes, can we show you?
Now, stay back.
Oh, there's going to be another door with a lock on it once he gets down there. Remember, Carter, that you had the.
Oh, yeah.
key.
Oh, shit. I think I got a key still.
You toss the key down the thing. Guy picks it up. He's like, all right, just stay there. And they all go in. And you can see, like, you're far back at the end of this long alleyway, but you see the three guys go in, and then Robeson goes in. They got flashlights, and they're looking around, and now their guns are out. And they're like, police, 14th. And you see them looking. You see just the flashlight beam going around, and just masks and fucking knives and like decorative knife and things, vases, but no people. And then you see that beam of light go on the behind the counter, like disappear behind the counter, so you know they've seen the hatch. And it looks like they're like kicking stuff out of the way to get to the hatch. But then Robeson is like motioning the men to go down, because you remember it's a like super thin single file type situation. And so one by one, each of the cops go down, and Robeson follows right after them. And then there's just this long silence. Like our view is like a Kubrickian long view from the end of this alley into this shop, and just silence. And what happens next all happens at one time. Suddenly you hear this mix of like, it almost sounds like music or singing, and then like it's combined with a wailing, like and screaming that seems to echo out of the mouth of this store, and then it's followed almost immediately by the distinct sound of several gunshots, just bah, 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 bah. Half a dozen or a dozen, you can't tell. It all happened at once. And then after those gunshots, there's this pause again, this like silence that's followed by this stampede, as suddenly dozens of bodies start, like, you see them start coming up and like piling out of the store, rushing in your direction, like out of the store. And it looks like mostly men. Obviously it's dark, it's just the moonlight, the street lamps are behind you. There's a couple of women, and they appear to be mostly African American, but not all, but they're all completely naked from head to toe, with the exception of the headband, the same headband of the three men that killed Jackson Elias. It doesn't look like the mummified tongue, it just looks like a little felt band, but naked as the day they were born, and they're all just like, running toward you. What do you do?
Everyone hide. Jump behind the dumpster.
Are they running like they're attacking, or are they running like they were held captive?
They're
like
running like
away.
they're escaping.
Right.
I say we duck out of the way.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
They're all like clutching bundles of clothing, it looks like, but they look like they're running away. Pop, pop, in the background. So you just duck out of the way. What do you do?
Anyone we recognize?
I don't want to get lurid here, but is the sense that they were in some sort of like a blood orgy, or are they more like captives?
Well, you see, was the orgies. No, keep
Give me
going.
a spot hidden.
Spot hidden.
Can we also like spot hidden for like if we see Millie Adams among them?
Yeah,
For sure.
yeah. Everybody roll spot hidden. See what you see. Obviously, it's dark in the moonlight here. Hard successes are what you
I
really
rolled
want, but give me what you get.
26 under 80.
Hell yeah.
There's a hard success. What else?
Rolled a
41 under
67.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
I have 41 under 62, so not as good as Feyru's.
Okay, but a regular success.
67
Vaughn?
under 75, so the least good.
Okay, but still a success.
I failed, so Carter's just like, oh shit, I stepped in gum.
In the snow?
Carter.
Yeah.
All right, this is
No
what
gum.
So Vaughn and Carter is just like, I imagine it's like, oh God, like it's just a deluge of dozens of naked bodies come running at you. You're probably overwhelmed by this, whereas Margot and Vaughn are like really trying to hone in. And I mean, you don't see Millie Adams, but like you can't make out any faces. You're looking, and it doesn't look like these people have been abused at all. That's all I will say. Like, they don't look abused at all. They look like just regular, average day people that are running away from something. The one thing that you notice, Feyruz, with your hard success is one of them is like, he's a little bit in the back, black guy, completely naked, and he's holding his stomach, and like blood is squirting out from between his fingers like he's been shot. And he's just like, he's like stumbling out. He's holding like a pair of pants, and that's it. No shoes, no nothing. And they're just all running, they're running past you if you get out of the way. I don't know what you're doing.
If he's slowed down from being shot, I want to try to talk to him real quick.
Okay, yeah, like he's a little bit slow. And what do you do?
What have they done to you? Who did this to you?
Cops! The cops are here, we gotta go!
What were you doing down there in the first place?
We gotta go! They interrupted the ritual!
What ritual?
And he throws up.
So these are cult members.
Yeah, and he like throws up and like passes out with his face like in the gutter.
Oh.
Well, I think this is a good time to go inside.
Yes.
There's
This
still
is
a
an
couple
instance-
stragglers, but for the most part, like it seems like the initial onslaught of people running out has ended.
And Vaughn's immediate thing is like, if they're firing indiscriminately, then that means that if Millie Adams is down there, then she's in danger of being struck by those bloody cops.
Two cops come running out now, and you see their eyes are like bulging out of their heads, and they've got their guns pointed, and they're like, I gotta go get him. One of them just like tackles a dude, boom, into like a bunch of trash cans. The trash cans go everywhere, and he's like, stay down. And the other guy like runs past you and like puts a gun in your face. It's like, they're all over the place.
One of them's in the snow right over there.
We gotta get out of here!
What was down there? What was down there?
We gotta get out of here! And he just runs chasing one of those guys down the street while the other guy's just like, boom, 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 pistol whipping one of the dudes in the trash cans. And now the door is just wide open and no other bodies seem to be coming out.
I'm gonna go in.
Okay. All right, guys. Hey, listen.
If I see Feyruz go, then I go.
Yeah. Can we do? Is there any way we could makeshift some sort of earplugs? You guys remember the shit that we heard down there?
Oh,
that thing's
you're right.
open.
There's gum on your shoe. You could use that.
All right, guys. This is super gross. I'm putting some of this gum in my ears. Who wants some gum?
No, thank you.
All right, Carter's putting some stuff in his ears.
I'm gonna look around. There's probably tissues in one of our pockets that I'm gonna like kind of wad up and use that.
Sure.
I just was trying to see if Carter was actually going to use
He did it.
gum in his ear.
Yeah.
Just-
This is a great idea, guys.
I think, Vaughn like pulls a handkerchief out of his pocket. It's probably cost like $25 whole dollars. And like, he just like rips it in half and is like maybe packing a little bit of bits in his...
Chantilly lace.
Margot gets some paper, I guess.
Margaret just grabs trash.
Or perhaps I can
German.
pass you remnants of the handkerchief.
Sure.
If we're all...
I wonder what it means to interrupt the ceremony. Okay, let's go.
So the four of you walk toward Juju house. That cop is just like just pounding this body, and the body's no longer moving. And you see that other guy behind you is face down in the gutter, dead, and there's just the cacophony of screams in the distance as all of these naked bodies
just
spread out over
through Harlem.
136th Street.
Yeah, but no sign of Robeson yet.
No sign of Robeson. Those were two of the cops that came with him.
You walk towards the door. As you approach the entrance into Juju house, you hear sounds that you didn't hear when you were at the end of the alley. It sounds like wailing and but also moaning. It's like all overlapping sounds of like, but then you hear why? It's just this massive cacophony echoing up the staircase because you don't see anyone inside the store. But it's coming up and it's mingling to create this sound that is just highly unnerving. What do you do?
Carter just turns to everybody and he's just like, listen, guys, whatever happens, it's, I love you guys. Is that weird? I'm sorry.
Mystery Squad for life.
That's all I wanted to say. Let's go.
Loading
Let's go
my
try to
weapons.
help something.
Not weird at all, old man.
If
I
it
saw
helps,
your-
I can go first and put my hand out with my camera, take a picture just in case we all lose our minds at what we see.
Brave, brave Sour. Yes,
It's just my hand.
well,
Margot's going hand first.
Just a little around the corner. Boop, boop.
Weapons out, I'm assuming?
yes.
Yeah,
All right. Weapons out, readied firearms.
Loaded.
Margot. Sawed-off shotgun in one hand.
Yeah, maybe
Polaroid
Margot should
in the
go
other.
first with the fucking shotgun.
Let's talk party order here. You know that staircase is single person wide going down. The hatch is open. And you see as you go in, there's clothing, like in piles, all over the floor of the main store. Shirts, pants, overcoats, hats, shoes. Shirts, coats, overcoat, pants, shoes. Woman's dress, high heels, fancy hat.
Gotta be naked for that orgy.
Yeah.
Well,
Have you ever had a clothed orgy?
when in
It's,
Rome.
It's so frustrating.
When in Vaughn takes everything. Vaughn with his 17
No, 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 no.
19 sanity.
We should all take our clothes off.
No.
We gotta talk party order. Very thin.
right.
All right, Margot's
Thin.
going first. I have a firearm. I'll go second. Does
Okay.
anybody else have?
Gotta write
I
this
have a
down.
knife. I have a fancy knife.
I also have a firearm. I guess I'll go third.
Margot, followed by Feyruz, followed by Vaughn, followed by Carter with a knife. Margot, you start walking down. That sound, that it's becoming a little bit clearer, but you still can't suss out, is this one person? Is it 50 people? You saw dozens of people run out. You see at the bottom of the staircase, because there's light, like flickering torchlight coming into the bottom of the stairwell. Like the staircase itself is pitch black, but the chamber below has been lit. You remember seeing like sconces on the wall to hold torches. Well, clearly there are torches in place. And you see at the bottom of the stairwell, two naked bodies face down, like right at the bottom of the stairs, and it looks like they've been trampled to death. And remember, this hallway itself was like floor to ceiling covered with symbols that were incomprehensible to any of you. And the deeper you got into this chamber, the more symbols you saw, and the stranger those symbols got. Well, now there are two dead bodies that are just like, have footprints on them, and they're just fucking dead. You'd have to step over them to get into the room, but flickering torchlight is like got dancing shadows on the wall above them. What do you do?
So she approaches the door the opening of the door, and doesn't go in front of it or go in, but she just stands near it and like reaches her hand out from her with the camera, like in front of the door, and takes a picture really quick.
You stick your hand out. You want to do a sleight of hand to see if nobody sees you?
Sleight of hand.
Hey, maybe there's nobody in there. Here's the end of the adventure.
If
that's
that's
the
what
worst
you
case.
want me to roll, I could do that. Or photography.
All right, I'll do photography. Last
There we
time you
go.
were having trouble down there, I'd made you do photography rolls because it was so dark. Now you're just trying to like, can I do this sneakily?
Yeah.
Give me that photog roll.
Okay.
Use those skills.
15 under 50.
Take the shit out of that photo.
All right, so
God, I'm sweating.
I imagine you get down there and you look down and there are just two you've seen a body that's been trampled to death. I mean, it's really gruesome. It almost looks like inhuman in the way that they've been squashed by this mass of people that ran out over them. You stick your finger or your hand out around the corner to try and take a picture, and the second that you, I don't know how photographs work back then, but you take the photo, you hear bang! A single gunshot. What do? All of you hear that bang, 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 bang.
Is there like a does it look like a bullet was fired in our direction? Like, is there
No.
a bullet hit, or it's just the sound?
No, right when you took that picture, there was a bang.
Do we
You
still
heard
hear the
gunshots
wailing?
already,
Could we
but
do like a listen roll to hear like
yeah,
we could better
dude.
hear what's going on?
Well, we got the stuff in our ears, so.
Oh, that's right. Oh, take a penalty die.
I'll take it
We
out.
could take him out to do a listen
I'm
roll.
leaving mine in.
Hold on.
Fuck that.
You take him out.
No, I never took him out.
You put it back in.
I don't hear anything useful.
I'm
I
trying
like
to
the
find
idea
where...
that we all have like.
It's middle bottom.
Oh, ooh, okay, hold on. There we go.
Middle bottom.
I rolled a 15 under 65.
You take him out. So you're hearing this overlapping sound now that you're super close. You're right behind Margot, so you really hear this. That bang pops out. Still echoes. And you're listening. And what'd you roll again?
15 under 65.
15 on 60. All right, so that's at least a hard success, maybe extreme. You're listening, and you hear laughter, like a deep man's voice. That's just like,
Is it a voice that I recognize?
no. And that doesn't mean it isn't someone you've met.
Right.
But like, you've never heard that laugh before. Ain't your dad.
Somebody.
Is it?
Ooh, I don't like that.
Maddie, come back.
Somebody's laughing. I hear laughter. Like not the jovial kind.
Creepy. It was creepy. It's a creepy laugh.
Yes.
Shit. It's the worst.
I think this might be worse than the zombies. What do? Do we go in?
We have to destroy it, damn it.
We have to go in there. We have to go in and see what happened.
Let's go. Let's go.
Be ready.
Okay.
Be ready to fire.
These sconces, Troy, with the torches, right? That's in this hallway that we're about to enter.
No, they're in the room just sending
Got it, okay.
dancing light
Right.
over
Okay.
the dead bodies.
And I
yeah.
thought I remembered, and tell me if I'm wrong, was there a lamp in this stairwell? There was,
There
wasn't
was, yes. Good memory.
there?
Yeah,
Grab
and
that. If that's got some flammable oils, perhaps.
Excellent idea.
God, good memory. Yes, it was hanging right over the bottom of the
Nice.
staircase. In fact, it's hanging right over those dead bodies, but maybe the rush of people to get out put that flame out. However, it's still full of oil. So,
So we'll
Margot,
take that.
do you enter the room?
Should we try to yell out first, or should we just?
No, we don't want to
can't
know
give it
we're here.
away.
Let's
We
go.
have to ambush. Ambush.
So we're just gonna run in.
Yes.
Not run. We can walk. Could
So I'm
saunter.
gonna run in there, and you're gonna come behind me.
We're all behind you. We got you.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Yes.
You're the one with the
Okay.
shotgun.
We
know what?
go and run into the room.
Why don't we go to the map?
Oh no.
There's no need. Why don't we go to the credits?
Go to the end credit.
The gang saves the day.
There's Margot, there's Fairuz, there's Vaughn, there's Carter. You're all standing at the edge. You guys see this, or am I?
Yeah.
I just gotta adjust.
I forgot. I was so excited. I forgot all about the map. Okay. So
Maybe we should go in one at a time, just in case what we see is too much for all of us to handle.
I mean,
And
I
if
think just give a peeky.
I'll give a peeky.
Someone give a little peeky. We don't have
You
to
can
burst
do
in.
this. You could do this, Margot.
Okay, peeky.
Just look,
Okay,
Margot.
I give a little peeky.
give me a stealth, Margot. And here's what I'm gonna say: is if you fail the stealth, you all gotta go in.
Okay, where's this? Okay, stealth. Not bad. Let's see. A 2 under 37.
Damn, your rolls tonight are hot.
God. It's my slippery, sweaty
That's a
hands.
nice roll.
Okay, I've been instructed to clean up my fog of war. All right, so you peek very carefully with a 2 around the corner, and oh my God, is it a scene in there? You're looking, you can't really look all the way to the right where that pit was, because you're just kind of peeking in past the door, and you see bodies all over the floor. More than half a dozen of them are completely naked, and just like, there's like little pools of blood right next to their bodies. You think, oh, they've been shot. You see one of the policemen like wrapped up with one of the naked bodies, and they're both lying in just a pool of blood. And then you see the old man, Silas Nakwane, and he is about 6 feet away from you, and he's on his hands and knees, and it looks like he's like holding his stomach with 2 hands, and he's old and he's naked and he's crawling, and he looks up and he sees you, and he's got 2 bullet wounds in his chest, and he looks up at you and he just coughs up blood that goes all over his chin, and then he just like points at you and says something in a language you don't understand. And then collapses to the floor. You can't quite see, but someone is moving in the room. At least one person. Come.
She unpeaks and tries to tell everyone what she saw. Like, there's someone still in the room, still laughing, saying, "Come in, Silas is dead."
Where's Captain Robeson?
I don't see anyone alive in there except for one person, perhaps moving about the room, laughing.
What about
That's what I heard.
What about the hatch? Was the hatch thing
I
open?
can't see that far into the room. I'm just.
But you still hear this.
Sounds like it's open. Okay, it sounds like it's open. Usually you don't want to be invited into a room.
I'm going to burn it. Just cover me. Get out of my bloody way. I'm going to throw this thing into the pit and burn it.
Vaughn's amped. Let's go.
Do you charge past us?
If you allow me to.
I'll still follow closely behind, like just in
Yeah.
case, to have your back.
We'll follow you in at that point.
So is
Guns
the plan.
drawn, flanking him like
Yeah.
the mystery squad would.
Yeah.
Sounds like tiny knife.
Tiny knife, butter
I
knife,
want to see the artwork on a t-shirt.
butter knife that still says Waldorf Astoria.
Mystery Squad.
Yeah, this will show him.
So the plan is for Vaughn to sidle past Feyruz and Margot, rush into the room, and on his command, all of you come in and flank out, and you are to, well, we'll see what happens. So you do that. and you see what Margot saw, bodies all over the floor. Now the body of Silas Nakwane, not moving, but like I said, 6 feet away. Just a pile of blood on either side from 2 bullet holes. You look past him. There's a lot going on in this room.
Yeah.
You see Captain Robeson lying on the floor with his own gun in his mouth. And the back of his head is completely blown out. And standing above him is a tall, bald, ripped African man wearing only a long feathered robe, which Feiruz and Margot and Carter saw hanging in the alcove. He has a scepter in one hand. He has a headband with a mummified human tongue attached to it. And in the other hand, his right hand, he has that glove with the long claws on it. On his chest, I mean, he's completely naked. It's kind of like Boogie Nights Alfred Molina, except completely naked.
Just firecrackers.
Yeah. He's completely naked, but you see on his chest a large tattoo that immediately takes you back to the hotel in Peru when you saw Augustus Larkin with the tattoo on his chest. It's eerily similar. Is it the same? You don't know because there's so much going on in here you can't process it. But he's reached down to Robeson, and with the pointer finger of the glove, he's carving a symbol onto Robeson's forehead. Obviously, the same symbol that was carved onto the forehead of Jackson Elias. Vaughn, you are first into the room, and you recognize this man as the man you followed that night, the man whose apartment you snuck into, the man that Hilton Adams told you was a person of interest. It is Makunga Madari. You all look to your right and you see that open pit. The pit has not only been opened, but the lid has been removed and set to the side. To cover it again would take the strength of several people. And from that pit is just a wailing sound, and you see into it just like occasionally like faces will pop out. It's just dozens of faces and but it's far enough away from where you're standing on this side of the room that it doesn't seem to be bubbling out, but this is all happening in the background as Madari stops carving that symbol and like looks up at you with crazy eyes, wide eyes. And he says, as he stands up, he's like, "Do you know the significance of what you have done? The bloody tongue is watching us right now, and he brings favor to those who make sacrifices in his name." And you hear that, "Oh!" And he says, "So many have given their lives to him this day, and he will be most pleased." Oh, he looks over at the pit. He's like, "But the Chakota is still hungry and must be fed. You will not dishonor our God." And we are in combat. Let's look at this room. It's the best I could do on short notice here. There are any bodies you see here are dead.
Okay.
With the exception of Makunga Madari.
Put that on a shirt. The bodies you see here are dead.
The bodies
But
you are
X.
about to see are dead.
For those listening, there are 8 extra figures on the map outside of Makunga and Silas.
Yeah, in fact, you see in the background a person that is fully clothed, unlike the rest of these figures that are all dead, naked bodies. But it looks exactly like these zombie-esque creatures that you fought, and that creature is dead as well. Silas Nkwane, dead, but in the back is Makunga Madari. Let's get, boom, Marco. Favorite is Carter. Obviously, this is not Pathfinder. This is not D&D. Where you stand is just relative. It's essentially theater of the mind. This is here to present to you the full situation. And I will move even further away from the action. It is round 1. All of your guns are drawn, which is great. Unfortunately, he knew you were coming. And so he attempts to cast a spell.
Oh, what?
It's not cool.
It's not cool at all,
Oh dear.
but he's a badass.
He's been given the gifts of the bloody tongue.
It's interrupt his spell. Can we interrupt his spell?
Yeah, just start yelling out random numbers. 42! 89!
6!
I knew we should have taken that scepter.
Damn it.
Vaughn, you're in the vanguard. You're in the vanguard.
In the vanguard.
I need you to give me a power roll.
Come on, baby. Come on. Shock the world.
Do you believe in miracles?
Do you believe in miracles? We should have Al Michaels call this fight.
All right.
A young Al Michaels.
Do you want my power roll? I
do. Remind the audience what your power is.
My
What's
power.
Your power score.
Vaughn's power is a 35. A 35, quite low indeed. Which would cause one distress if I didn't just roll a 26.
Yes!
Yes.
A regular success.
Oh, he emphasized regular.
Pretty good. Unfortunately, it does not beat a hard success. In this opposed power roll, Makunga Madario, boom, and you just feel, boom, you're like sent back, your head whips back with this mind blast. You're just, and you are immediately inflicted with 5 points of sanity damage. But the other effect of this spell is, in addition to that sanity damage, you are immediately temporarily insane. And so you are hit with a bout of madness. And for a character like you, this would have happened anyways, even if it was 1 point of sanity damage.
Right.
However, in this instance, you're just pushed back, and like as you start to come to, you look over at Carter. And
Hello.
you think about
Oh boy.
what just happened in the police station when he removed his mask to show the hole that was his face to Captain Robeson. Captain Robeson, who now lies dead on the ground with his own gun in his mouth and the back of his head blow up. And Carter looks at you and takes off his mask once more. But when he takes off his mask, his whole face is a mask. And standing before you is Oberon Doyle, your good friend, the closest person perhaps in your life back in the day, perhaps the greatest love of your life. And he looks at you, not with that bravado that Carter puts on, but with this like pleading longing. And he's like, "Help me, my love." He looks over at the pit and he's like, "Throw me to that beast so that I may yet live again." so that I may rise from the dead and stand at your side.
Yes. Yes. And so you've just seen Vaughn like boom, like go down, and then like Carter, you just see him kind of I look towards you and I'm just like, as I kind of stand up, like shaking it off, or maybe setting that lamp down. It's like, don't worry.
Huh?
Don't worry.
What?
No, don't worry. The time of resurrection is at hand.
No, what?
I shall make amends.
I don't...
I'll make things right. As I take you by the hand and I'm drawing you.
No. Wait, whoa.
Don't worry. Shh, it's okay. It's all right.
What?
You're still gone. Don't worry.
Please.
You'll be back.
Please.
You'll be back.
It's Vaughn, it's
stop
me.
it.
It's Carter.
I know.
Vaughn, stop it.
I swear it. And I'm pulling you.
Yes, you are compelled to try and throw Oberon into the pit with this bout of madness. Now, this is going to last for 1d10 rounds. Please give me a d10 roll.
Oh, shit.
Man, please.
Otherwise, it's going to be opposed strength checks.
5
rounds.
Okay.
Carter, you see Vaughn. You've seen Vaughn break. You saw Vaughn break when that animated mummy came up in the pyramids beneath Pernod, and now he's just like grabbing at you and grasping at your shirt and pulling. You guys might be of equal strength here. Let's fucking go. Round 1. Margot, you have a drawn weapon. It is a sawed-off shotgun. You know that the beauty of this shotgun is that it does 4d6 damage if you're right on top of somebody, 1d6 damage if you're 2 squares away, and fucking no damage beyond that. That's the thing about the sawed-off shotgun. You gotta get up close. Do you want to get way close and try and do 4d6? Do you want to hedge your bets?
I mean...
What do you want to do?
I feel like, yeah, I gotta get way close and do that. There's no point in wasting it being far away. And I feel like we saw this happen. Not that we know, like, it's a spell, but like something's going on. Vaughn's lost his mind. We gotta get rid of this guy. We gotta get out of here. So she goes up to him.
Like point blank range.
If she can get that far.
Okay.
And she shoots at him.
Give me a firearms roll.
Come on, blow this motherfucker.
Take him out.
Okay. You can't push firearms, right?
Michael just chimed in. Bonus die at point blank range.
Yes.
Yep.
Cool. Noted.
Yeah.
Can't you push the...
I can't remember if you can push. I don't see why not, but let's see what happens.
Oh, it might be
bonus?
you can't push a combat.
I feel like you can't, but let me
Michael,
just
it's
roll
like,
with the
cannot push
extra
attacks.
10.
Cannot
Okay.
push attacks, says Michael. Yeah, so, yeah.
Extra
I'm
10s.
like so over. Oh no.
It's the same. It's 57 for both.
Over.
Over 25 for my shotgun.
How much luck you got there?
Can't use it?
35.
Oh, wait, can you use it? Oh, yeah. What do you want to do?
Can I use it to make it a hit?
I think so.
Okay, so wait. Let me see if I have 57 minus... Wait, what math do I need to do? I'm a software
All right, so what'd you
engineer.
roll again?
What
It was
the hell?
a-
I'm using like all my luck. I'm gonna have 3 luck left.
Okay.
So that's what I'm gonna do. And now I have 3 luck and it's a hit. It's 35, or 25.
25, so you succeed by using luck. I haven't heard from Michael that that's not allowed, so I'm assuming that is.
Pretty sure you can for that.
Give me 4d6
Yes.
damage.
Okay, here we go.
Michael's typing. Michael is typing.
Michael's typing.
Michael, you better stop typing right now. This is
We
good.
just love
don't
may
know.
spend luck. Michael says may spend luck.
Here's the luck. So it's like
Take
you.
that,
So it's
Jared
like you.
Logan.
Okay.
With your
Eat it.
10-point luck rules.
Yeah, that
Out
fucking
of the
bullshit.
box.
Out of the box. I bet. You liar.
What? I'm like
All right,
so
so Margot
sweaty.
gets way up there.
18.
18 points of damage.
Not bad.
11 plus 7 is 18, yeah.
Two things
Can I
happen.
Okay.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, can the shotgun shoot more than once or no? Or we've already sailed with that shit.
I think it has to be a
because you have
two-barreled John, and you
Yeah.
have to a two-barreled situation, and you have to announce that ahead of time. We
yeah.
have the rules for that, but I think with a sawed-off, you're basically the whole thing is like you're able to conceal it, but you've got to get right on top of the person, and it's like one shot, and you might be able to. I don't know if I think you get 2 shots. I don't know. We'll find out. But Michael's typing. I'm stalling for Michael to type.
I mean, it's a whole level of tension.
Michael,
that
tell me
Michael's
how to
adding.
play my character. I should
Michael
know
is
this.
typing.
You can fire twice at the same target with no penalty.
Fire.
So unless something happens, I'm gonna fire again.
Fire away.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna fire again. I can't use any luck really, so I hope this works. Yeah, 12. A 12 and a 25.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yes.
I feel like I'm
That's
cheating
a hard
right now.
success.
Is he sure I can
me.
do this? 6 plus 11. So that's 17.
Another 17
Walks
points of
up to him
damage.
point blank and she's like, the fuck you, man! Like, leave my friends alone! Bam, bam!
Boom, boom! At point blank range, and you fucking blow him away. He like just flies against the wall. Unfortunately, at that moment, the Chakota, as he called it, begins to wail in a way that it has not wailed since you began hearing it, and nothing like when you first unearthed it during your first visit here. Cause it's hungry. Everybody give me a sanity roll. Assistive.
Man, Fairuz was about to go get a sandwich, thinking Margot got
Right.
this. Like,
Let's go to Subway.
Y'all, this sanity
All
of
that talk
Vaughn's
of
is really in short supply.
Right
I
at
know.
the fucking.
Oh my
Actually,
God.
Michael, tell us if Vaughn's already insane. Does he have to continue to roll? I'm not sure. That might save you. But in the meantime, let's go around the horn.
We're really
yeah.
working
Michael says
Michael right
no.
now.
Once you're insane or having a bout, you don't have to roll. This is actually the best place for you. Is
Yeah.
Wish I could carry that forward because I rolled an 8.
Oh, baby! So it was meant to be. Let's take it around the horn, Fairuz.
I rolled a 9.
Yeah.
You rolled a 9. Okay. Rob.
67 over 47.
Zoink, Scoob. What about you, Margot?
I'm ready for the whales. That's a 1 under 85.
Whoa.
That is a critical.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
Couple things are going to happen.
I'd like to
You
point out I
passed.
do have used chewing gum in my ears.
Right. Right. I forgot about the used chewing gum. That, you know what? I want to reward you for that. You're the only one that failed, so I would let them re-roll. But they passed. You can roll a penalty die. I mean, a bonus die for putting that shit in your ears. I meant to give that to you, but I forgot that you had it. So just roll the 10s again.
No, that's worse.
Okay.
Oh no.
Margot and Fairuz take 1 point of sanity damage
All right.
to start. Carter, give me a 1d8 roll.
2.
All right, you take 2 points of sanity damage. However, you, as you see this thing, it's like, again, it's kind of like bubbling like a pot. You see a face come up, and it's Lieutenant Poole. Give me a 1d4 roll.
2.
So that's another 2 points of sanity. 4 total does not put you over the threshold to have to roll. So
And all the while I'm like, come.
yeah, and you're pulling him.
Oh, yeah, so is Vaughn still doing this even though what's-his-name died?
Yes. It will last for 5 rounds. Makunga Madari seems to be blown out of space and time from Margot. Point blank range. Sawed off shotgun.
He let me just walk up to him and do it.
Margot still found a way to paint.
Jackson
Favoruz,
Pollock,
it's your
eat your heart
turn.
out.
There's a lot happening here. The threat in the pit is like, it's there, obviously. Last time you were here, you ran away from it because you didn't know what the situation was. It's in the pit, but now you see Vaughn is pulling Carter towards the pit. What do you do?
Does the gentleman that Margot is shooting at, is he still alive?
He's on the ground with a fucking gaping hole on his chest, like
Sounds
you
like
can
he's
see
done.
through.
I think Margot's handling that situation quite well. I'm going to try and maybe kind of grapple Vaughn.
Grapple Vaughn. We're talking about an opposed strength check here. Okay, so both of you roll against each other's under your strength and see what type of success you get. If you roll the same success, the person with the higher strength score wins. And then I'll interpret the results based on what happens.
Okay, here we go.
God, I love this game. I fucking love this game. Who wants to watch God? No.
I rolled a 33 under 75.
Yeah,
Vaughn.
Wonder Woman.
I rolled a 19 under 75.
No.
Oh. All
Wait,
right.
they're both hard then, right?
They're
That's
both
what-
hard successes, and Vaughn rolled lower, so Vaughn shrugs you off. You're like grasping at Vaughn, and there's bodies everywhere. You're like caught up in these dead, naked bodies.
Damn it.
And then
Vaughn!
it goes.
Vaughn, get a hold of yourself.
What are you talking about? I'm all myself.
What are you doing
than
to
I've ever
Carter?
been. I just turn and like,
Vaughn, please, please save me.
I'm not talking.
I can come back to you. We can be together. Please.
and I turn right back to you. And I'm like, yes, something must be done about Carter. I've got other things to worry about. I'm like pulling him.
What are you doing?
Now here's the tricky thing. It is both Vaughn and Carter's roll. You both have a 40 plus 50 with your readied firearm gives you a 90. So like it would be your turn right now. Mm-hmm. I can't remember how to determine who goes first.
I mean, does he have?
Who has the better brawling?
I think I'm totally focused on this. So
Yeah.
Yeah, where's
But
his gun? Is his gun in his hand while he's also grabbing me?
I think I probably tucked it back in my belt to
Or
deal
like-
with this.
Yeah, sure. But who has the better brawling skill? Because I think that's what's going to come down
I think
to.
it's me. I got a 77.
I get a 55.
All right, so Carter, I'm going to give you the chance to try and escape. But again, just like Fairuz, it's an opposed strength roll. If that's what you want to do. Maybe that's not what you want to do.
I want to get Vaughn out of the room. So I want to like if he's grappling me, like I want to grab him and try to throw him out of the room and shut the door.
That's a maneuver. That's what we got there. That's what we call a maneuver in the business. So that's going to be you're going to use your brawling skill. It's very similar to just trying to generally escape, but the goal of your maneuver is try to not only escape, but like redirect, maybe not even escape, just redirect this grapple into the hallway, get it away from the pit.
Yeah.
Okay, and Vaughn, since your goal is to throw him in the pit, you'll be opposing that.
Okay.
So
brawl?
your builds are similar enough that it shouldn't affect it, so it's going to be a
Strength.
roll-off.
So we're rolling for brawl.
Yeah, you roll brawl, and I feel like you roll brawl as well, Vaughn.
Since you're fighting it?
Actually, you can roll strength, Vaughn. You roll strength, and you roll brawn.
Better roll for me. Sorry, Tillinghast.
Shit.
Okay, here we go.
Vaughn, I don't want to do this, man.
That's why
Sorry.
I said it. What type of success?
62 under 77, so regular.
Regular success.
Regular for me also. 56 under 75.
Okay. As the aggressor,
You're able to redirect him, Carter. However, you are still grappled by Vaughn, and then it goes to Vaughn's turn. So Vaughn, now you're further away from your goal of throwing him in. Now Margot and Feyruz, you see Lieutenant Poole, but it's not Lieutenant Poole. In fact, direct your eyes to roll 20. This image isn't exactly like the situation, but it will give you a good view of what the Chakota looks like.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Ooh.
No.
That's way more people-y than I thought it would be. I was thinking it more of like a mass globular thing.
A lot of faces. And Lieutenant Poole's face is just like melded into this mass.
Yeah, I was picturing when Nightmare on Elm Street 4, Freddy lifts his sweater up and you see the souls of his victims in his chest.
If we all die from PvP tonight, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Oh,
All right, so I got Vaughn. Because I won. I was able to get Vaughn to the hallway.
Like the doorway. You know, like it's gonna take him now a couple chances to get him in, as long as nothing else happens. Vaughn, what do you want to do?
I mean, I'm compelled to do only one thing.
Are you?
Yes. I mean, as long as Oberon is still pleading with me.
Please, Vaughn. Yeah, this is straight up strength. Drag
Vaughn,
him
it's me,
to the
man.
pit.
It's Carter.
Why do you speak? Your words say one thing and your body another. Yes, I understand. Oberon, I understand the flesh rebels because the flesh is weak. The flesh is weak. I will mortify your flesh.
I'm not that weak. I'm just. I'm not.
I grab you by the throat and start to pull you towards it. I will mortify your flesh.
Thank you. Vaughn.
All right,
Strength
we're rolling.
versus strength.
All right.
Opposed strength rolls. You're trying to resist his pull, and he is trying to pull.
I'm gonna spend. Can I spend a point of luck?
Sure. Can you spend it while fighting back? We'll wait for Michael, and while we hear.
If I spend a point, I can make it a hard success.
Well, I'll just tell you before you do that I also got a hard success.
Okay, so if you can spend a point of luck while fighting back.
Nope.
Nope, says Michael. Wait, no, he's still typing. Is that an old nope? Oh, you can!
Oh!
According to Michael.
With the bait and switch!
That's an old nope. All right, so you can spend that point of luck, make it a hard success, but that alone means that Vaughn wins. A hard versus a regular would have been much worse. However, he succeeds in drawing you closer to the pit. Had you ended up with a regular and he a hard, that might have been enough to just throw you in. However, by spending that point of luck, it allows him to succeed, but still slow his progress. You throw him, you like redirect his body weight into the hallway. Come on, we gotta get out of here. He's like, no, and he boom, pulls you right back over the pit. I mean, we're talking this next round. If you fail and he succeeds in any sort of combination, you may end up in the pit. But it looks comfy in there, you might be fine.
I've never rolled so well, I'm so sorry.
We're going to a new round. It is Margot's turn. Margot, you see this like back and forth between the two of them. Give me a spot hidden roll.
Okay, I don't know what I could possibly see else in this room, but okay.
All right. Just a bunch of dead bodies, right?
42 under 62,
That's
so
a pretty
regular.
good roll. You look around, and I imagine it's just like, you ever seen Henry V, like Kenneth Branagh's Henry V?
Is that
like
a movie?
that battle scene? Yes.
No.
The battle scene at the end, it's amazing. It's just like, it has those moments where it's just like the ringing in the ears, where you're trying to like suss out this scene of battle. Even though it's mostly dead bodies, you just blew a guy across the room with your shotgun. And he flew across the room, and there's bodies everywhere, and you see Carter and what the hell's going on with them? But you look to the back of the room, and you see that alcove with that curtain. For a moment, you're taken back to the Waldorf Astoria where you saw the curtain blowing when you walked outside, and the fucking monster tried to pull you away. But now you see that curtain moving as well. because someone or something is emerging from it. And you watch as the curtain is starting to elongate with a figure behind it that is like imagine if you were just walking into a curtain and not trying to part it, like walking so that the curtain would just wash over you, and you hear like a coughing sound or like labored breathing as this body begins walking towards you. And imagine the curtain is just going up slowly and you're just being revealed this body as it moves. And as it moves, it looks like a woman, stylishly dressed, as it keeps going up, African-American woman. It continues pushing past her body, and you see that it's Millie Adams.
Frick!
Millie Adams is walking out of the alcove, but something is wrong. And you see it immediately. There is like an 8-inch slit straight across her neck, and her larynx and glottis and vocal cords are exposed, and there's just a mass of blood spilling out of this gash across her neck, staining her beautiful powder blue blouse, and her eyes are just pure white. Her skin is like a bluish black, like a ghostly bruise, and she's just like slowly walking toward you and Feyruz. What do you do?
Frick. I probably yell out, I found Millie Adams. I found Millie Adams. And I back away from her. And does she kind of look like the other zombies?
Yeah. Whatever process was used to create these, for lack of a better word, zombies, it was used on her.
All right, well then we know how to deal with them. I'm gonna shoot her as I back away. And it pains me to do so.
With your fucking
Do you
shotgun.
also have point blank range? Because you went up close to her, right?
Yeah, do you want to get right on top of her? Like, she's moving slow. Do you want that 4d6, or do you want to stay a little bit, do you want to stay 10 yards away and get the 1d6 if you hit?
My
I don't
goes
want
to
to do. I don't want to do a GM's job for you, but oh wait,
Yeah, it's shotgun's empty.
shotgun's empty. You'd have to take a round to
that's
reload, right?
Michael with the save. So you
Hey,
have
Michael,
to spend.
could you just take a break?
Hey, Michael, thank you so
Michael
much
never
for doing
takes a
such
break
a
for all
great
your
job.
help over
Yeah,
20
you have to
episodes.
spend an
Can you leave?
action to reload.
So I'm still by where I shot the other guy, Makunga. So when she's coming out of back there, I'm staying where I am and reloading, so that I'm thinking the next round, she'll come point blank to me or near. I want to be far enough away to where when I'm ready, I can be point blank to her.
Okay,
And
so
shoot
you
her.
basically want to spend an action reloading, but you want to move up toward her and hope that she doesn't attack you before you attack her.
I want to spend a round reloading, and I can move up and shoot twice. So maybe just slowly move back just a little bit, not
Okay,
too
so
much.
you're just I
a
love this. You're like
square.
reloading and like backing up about 5 feet while you
Yeah.
stumble to reload. Okay. It now goes to Feyruz. Feyruz, you see Millie Adams, her throat slit. And I mean, it's just remember she looks like she was dressed to the nines when you saw her at the Lafayette Theater? She's wearing a very similar stylish dress, but it's just like the whole front is covered in blood.
And then right near me is still Carter and Vaughn.
They got their own thing going on, yeah.
And the pile and the pit.
Yeah, and the pit.
And the pit.
It's a smorgasbord of options.
Lieutenant Poole.
I want to go pick up the scepter and lob it across Vaughn's head to try to knock him out.
So you want to walk over to Makunga Madari. His body, his corpse, grab the scepter.
Yep.
And
just
smash
ping.
Vaughn with it. Okay. You walk over to Makanga Madara, you grab the scepter. The minute your hand touches the scepter,
Oh no.
you just feel like you're like sent back to another world where you look like Cleopatra, sitting on a throne, holding this scepter, and you look in front of you, and there are just people fighting to the death. You're not quite Cleopatra, obviously, but you have that look, that feel, and you feel such power. And we just see a wide smile cover your face. We come back into the room and you're holding this scepter, and something about holding this scepter fills you with a power that you have never felt.
This should have been mine all along. And as I shake that off, am I still able to?
Help me, God damn it, Jesus.
Yup.
Mortify your flesh. We will be together once again.
Rose, Jesus.
Get a hold of yourself!
Now, Vaughn, do you want to try and dodge this? Do you want to try and fight back? Now, fighting back would mean you would release Carter. Dodge, I think you could dodge and, still hold on to him.
I feel like I'm so
Or you could
focused.
just take it.
I feel like I'm so
Yeah.
focused that I may not even notice this until it's already too late.
Final answer?
Final answer.
There's a chance she could kill you if she strikes true. Because she is so fucking strong.
Right. So,
But my
can't she have the
intention
option
was
of
never
pulling
to
her?
kill him. My intention
Right.
was to knock him out.
The road to hell is paved in good intentions. Roll a melee attack.
Ooh. Okay, let me see what I have for melee.
Roll a softie.
Not brawl. Is it brawl?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
I love this. You take this, you feel absolute power.
I rolled a 33 under 34.
That's good. That's
I am
That's-
willing to spend as much luck as I need to make that the success I need to make sure he's knocked out and not killed.
I mean,
So
that's
make
just
sure
right
it's
under.
a glancing blow and not a direct skull-crushing hit.
So you tell me if
do
I
you have, a
need 33
34?
under 34.
All right, I'm
just
gonna
made it.
need an extreme success
All
to be
right,
able to do this
so
and
that
not
means
kill
I
him.
have to spend. So that means it needs to be what
Under
30
5?
Under 5. Okay, so I'm going
Right.
to spend.
Is it that or is it the damage she rolls? Like, she succeeds in hitting him, Your Honor. She succeeded in hitting him.
Well, here's the thing. It's like I can say roll damage, and it's just going to do damage to him. But an extreme success will allow you to control the damage.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
You know?
And I got a lot of sanity to spend.
Sustained.
I mean luck
Luck.
to spend.
Okay.
So let's.
Yeah, I think
see.
if you have a 34, an extreme 5 divided by 34 is like 5 points something. So you got to
Yeah.
get under 5 or under. So you got to spend 29 points of luck.
Okay, I'll do
But it's a
that.
fifth, right? So she's got to get what, a 6?
A 5, yeah.
So
this was-
I'll
that would
spend
be-
29 points of my 72 luck points.
Okay. So you
Thank
spend that, and you walk up to Vaughn and just whap. Now give me the damage. Give me a d6 plus your damage bonus.
Okay.
I want to see if this brings him to 0 or below.
Damage bonus is. It's been so long since I looked at. Okay, damage bonus is a d4. Okay, so. So 3 points total.
A d6 plus your damage bonus is only 3?
I rolled really low.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. It's non-lethal damage, but it's not enough to knock him unconscious. You know what I mean? Like you
Yeah.
did 3 points of damage, but I think Vaughn has 9 hit points.
But if it's enough for him to let go of Carter,
You know what's enough to do? Give him a penalty die on his next strength check.
There we
okay.
Now we're talking.
go.
But as I'm doing this, if Carter is able to be released, I'm gonna shout, Carter, grab the lantern. Blow that fucking pit on fire.
Well, it is Carter's turn. And I'm going to say with only 3 damage, that's enough to kind of like send Vaughn in a tizzy.
Oh.
But he's still like doing his best to try to hold on to Carter. So how that's going to result mechanically is a penalty die for Vaughn. Carter, you have a chance to try and escape here if that's your choice, or are you going to want to run back to the door? Tell me what you want to do.
Yeah, all right. I'll use this as an advantage to try to break free and set that maw on fire.
Okay. Break free would be the action this round.
Shit.
And Millie Adams is bearing down.
Sure. Is there? Let me ask you this, and you can totally say like, well, I don't know this. You try it. Not that you talk like that.
Sometimes I do.
Is there any way to snap Vaughn out of this? Like, if I try to roll like a persuade, or just something to like reason with him, and be like, it's me. Or is it just like, this is a 5-round spell, and that's fine, I can live with that?
It's tricky, right? Like, I feel like a douche being like, sorry, man, it's 5 rounds.
No, if that's the game, that's the game.
Like,
we're playing a game.
It's meant to be, his sanity is on such a string, he's lost to you.
Okay. All right, then I try to, we gotta try to break this somehow,
Yeah.
Otherwise we're fucking playing grab ass for 4 more rounds. So I'm gonna...
Maybe it's just a game of survival here. Mm-hmm. Just make it long enough for him to come to his senses and you'll be fine. I don't know. He's got this penalty die. This might be enough to get away.
Yeah, let me try to get away.
So this is strength or brawl?
This is a chance to maybe do some damage to this pizza thing.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to use strength here instead of brawl? Vaughn's got to use strength.
Whatever you think I need to do to break off.
It's up to you. Last time it was brawl because you were trying to reposition him. If you just want to break away, it's straight up strength.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, then, my brawl is better. So if it's better for me to narratively say, like, I try to like throw him out the
Throw
door.
him into the pit?
No, God, no. We're not there yet.
My God.
I thought about it. Don't worry. Just away, like towards the door, just if that's, then I'll do that.
Okay. All right, so you're not only trying to break away, you're trying to redirect him away because you don't want him to fall into the pit.
I don't.
All right, and Vaughn, you're just trying to grab on with strength. So Vaughn, you'll take a penalty die, roll the 10s twice, and Rob, you're straight up brawl.
Fuck my life. I'm gonna push it. I got an 82 over 77. Can I push this?
Yes, you want to hear Ross's results first.
Okay, sure.
So you had a fail. Was your penalty?
Oh, I can't push it.
I rolled. I also failed. I rolled a 77 over 75.
Okay. So 2 fails. As Michael said, you can't push in combat. I think 2 fails is a null result. It's not like, well, you've got to at least succeed so you're just like going back and forth.
I mean, can I spend my luck to succeed, or is that cheating because I know the result? Let's keep it entangled.
Yeah, keep it entangled. I think you guys are gonna make it.
Okay.
But it's Vaughn's turn.
Yeah.
Great.
Vaughn.
And I'm still under the effect of the blow, no doubt. So
Yes.
Great.
I will say for this whole round, because of her extreme success, she'll take the penalty die.
Great. Oh man.
Rob, give me a strength roll to try and resist this. This is an opposing roll. He's trying to pull you towards the pit.
Here's the thing. Like, Vaughn was wounded in the war. He's not like a small guy. He has a lot of like compact power. He took a fall from a very high window.
A 3rd-story fire escape.
And like this blow hits him and he rolls a 71 under 75. That was the highest of the 2 rolls.
A regular
the other one was
success.
a 30 something. So regular success. So like, I think it's even if you get out of the grasp suddenly, and it's like a preternatural strength on your, like, climbing up your arm. It's like, don't worry. I know you're frightened. I know.
I fucking, God damn it.
I rolled a 17 under 70. So I got a hard.
You got a hard success.
Great.
So you're able to resist.
Cut the shit.
Ah,
I mean, that was it. That was Pitt. That was Brad Pitt. The creature is just, you see it kind of like spilling out now over the edge, and it's just like reaching towards the both of your feet. I mean, the saddest thing about this is trying to pull Vaughn in as well. Like, it's just, you don't know how far it can move. It feels like it's confined to the pit. You know, it's 8 feet or so down, but it's this mass that can kind of grow as tall as it wants, and it's spilling out like an ooze, just faces creaming across the floor trying to pull you in.
Creaming? Was that the verb you just used?
It's creaming. It's creaming. Yes.
Don't like
It's
it.
creaming. You don't have to like it. Margot, you are face to face
I need more scotch, is what I
with Millie.
I need more wine.
You're face to face with Millie Adams. We're circling the drain here. Millie Adams. She is going to no doubtedly try to kill you if you don't kill her. I mean, even though she's already dead, what do you do?
Shoot at her twice. For
You get
sure.
a bonus die at
Yeah.
point blank range
Let's
for
see.
both shots.
I've got no more luck this time, so let's see how this goes. But
You flash back to her in the Lafayette Theater. The look is like, please, exonerate my husband. He's innocent. And now it's just whites of her eyes.
it's not her. She's gone. It's not her. She's gone. The first shot does not hit. The lowest I got was 46 over 25. So
Oh no.
somehow.
Oh no.
Oh no! What?
Better hit the second shot.
Oh, okay.
This fucking mosquito's still here. I think he's got a friend.
First one.
They had babies. This episode's so long.
Nope. Nope. Somehow don't do it. Somehow don't do it. So that's cool. This is. I'm
no.
having fun. Let me just get the book out because I think I might need it for whatever she's gonna do.
The dead
Combat.
Millie Adams reaches out to choke you to death.
Okay.
Do you want to fight back or dodge?
Dodge because Dex. I have 52 in dodge versus Brawl is 41. So I
Okay.
want to try to dodge it.
Remember, you fought these type of creatures before, and that you have to target the head to do damage if she works like the
right.
other ones. And that means it would be a penalty die, which means it would just erase your bonus die. So if you want to target the head, you've got to do that at just straight rolls. But you have to spend next round to reload. Let's see what the fucking corpse of Millie Adams can do. You try to dodge. Regular success.
Fail.
Oh, fuck.
71 over 52. And I spent all my luck.
Here comes the damage.
Killing some guy
Correct
who
me if
wanted
I'm
to die.
wrong. You have the highest hit points of anyone in the group,
I don't know.
but this is going to be some damage as the corpse of Millie Adams smashes at you.
Smashes.
Better than creaming.
Oh no. Oh my god, I wish I was lying. Max damage.
You could lie.
8 points of damage,
I have a
which
major wound.
is a major wound. Our first major wound in 20 episodes, everybody. If you take one attack that does over half your hit point damage, that is a major wound. Why is
You're
that
welcome.
important? If you get to 0 hit points and you have a major wound, you begin to die. If you go below 0 on your next hit, you're just dead.
Where's the major wound page?
All right, so you see this thing just boom, bury. Is Millie Adams gonna kill Margot? We thought it was the dragon creature. It's Millie Adams. Michael says she must make a con roll right now, Michael.
Me? Michael.
Right now.
Michael, I thought I said you could
Relax.
take the rest of the night off.
Michael says, "Oh yeah."
We got it from here.
But her hit points didn't fall to 0, Michael. I don't think she makes the con roll until her hit points fall to 0, right?
But maybe because it's a major wound or whatever
Right.
it's called.
I'm trying to help Margot, but I think you're right. I trust Michael implicitly.
Well, there's a table I'm like, I don't know. There's a table for like wounding.
A major wound can make a character fall unconscious
God.
without hitting 0. Yeah, thank you, Michael. It's our first major wound. Oh, man.
Okay, so I roll con.
You roll a con check. If you fail this con roll, you fall unconscious. Hell, that might be the best thing for you. It takes you out of the combat, but you just hope Millie Adams doesn't keep smashing your fucking unconscious body. She'll just move on to Fairuz.
Y'all are making me too nervous.
All right.
All right.
Get him.
I am going to, I'm like stuck
wait,
between.
Wait, hold on. She's
We're-
got this
we're-
con thing.
She's got
Wait,
this
wait.
con
Oh.
roll. Con!
So that's all. Okay. 34 under 55.
All right.
USA.
You do not fall unconscious. However, you have a
Somehow.
major wound and 4 hit points left?
4.
Okay. I'll tell you right now, she does 1d4 damage plus her damage bonus, which is 1d4, and I rolled 2 fucking 4s. Average roll has me kill you next round.
Oh boy.
That sounds great. I'll be right back. I need to fill my wine. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to.
Can we? I gotta pee so bad now.
You pee, you fill your wine. I'm talking to Fairuz here.
All right.
Fairuz, I think it's your turn.
I am stuck between
Wait,
this situation.
that was Margot. Yes, then it was that. Makunga's dead. Fairuz.
Yeah.
You see, Margot gets lit up by Millie Adams. And meanwhile, Vaughn and Carter have got their thing going on. Carter's like, Vaughn, what are you doing? And Vaughn is just yelling nonsense at him.
Fuck it, I gotta do something about this pit. So I'm gonna take the lantern, I'm gonna light it, and I'm gonna smash it into that pit so that just like causes the whole thing to light up.
So you walk to the edge of the pit, or you give it a little toss.
No, I wanna like freaking slam that thing down so that it breaks and explodes.
Okay. All right, so Fairuz grabs the lamp, walks up,
I light it first.
light it, walks up, and just throws it in. You see it start to like scream. Some of the faces start to melt as the fire catches their skin. It looks like it's mad, but you definitely heard it. Give me 1d8 roll.
A D8, shit. All right, hold on, hang
I
on a
should
sec.
have had a d8.
Hang on a sec. There we go. 8!
Yes.
Well, la di fucking da. Okay. You throw this fire in, and the fire is starting to spread on the Chakota. But Margot is in rough shape, and Vaughn and Carter are fighting for their lives. It is Carter's turn. Carter, the penalty dice are out the window here. You guys are just caught in this stalemate, trying to go back and forth. What do you do?
All right. Here's my idea. Is there a way, you know, in Temple of Doom, Indiana Jones and the, there's this, there's this wheel thing, right? That works the thing that lowers people down into the volcano and they get fucking incinerated or whatever. I want to take Vaughn and throw him into the wheel and hope that that's enough force to fucking move the thing and crank it down and shut the lid.
Okay, this is a maneuver, a complicated maneuver. It's going to require a success more than normal. I could go crazy and say extreme, but that's asking a lot. This sounds like a brawl check, but it's a very specific brawl check that he's going to try and oppose. Yeah, it's not impossible. I mean, I like it because it's cool. It's very pulpy, but if it worked, it would certainly help. Now, I already mentioned that the lid was not only like just lifted up, because before you were like, it's off, but that doesn't mean it couldn't, with enough force, see what happens. Closing this pit would certainly help you. So give me the roll and let's see what happens in the narration. Ross, you can oppose it with strength.
Okay, now, before I roll, and before I find out what Ross rolls, if I want to spend luck, I announce it before I even know what Ross's result is, right?
Sure.
Which could bite me in the ass if I spend luck to bring it to an extreme, But then Ross is like, I just actually rolled a 2, my friend. And then you don't talk like that either, Ross.
It's a gentleman's agreement
classic
here
me.
yeah.
Right, okay. Classic me. All right,
I think I drank an entire bottle of scotch.
it doesn't show. Here we go.
It will tomorrow. Oh, no.
I succeeded by 5 points. I'm gonna spend...
We're blowing all the luck tonight, baby. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend... Okay, so I need to get to half of 77. That's what, 30...
So,
No.
Yeah, 38
38
per the book.
for a hard success.
38, okay, hold
Extreme
on, guys.
would be even
Totally
further.
not looking at a
Be
calculator.
15.
I would need to get to 48? Is that what you just said?
30.
No, 38, 38.
38 for a hard, yeah. How much luck you have?
44.
Ooh.
So I'd have to spend 34 points.
Jeez.
I'm gonna do it to get it to a hard.
Okay.
What did you get, Ross?
91.
Fail. All right. So badass. So cool. I mean, it kind of goes back to Peru when Carter was begging Jackson to write a story about him. Like, he's wanted to be an action hero since the beginning. And he does the most action hero move possible. You break out of this hold and throw Vaughn in the direction of the winch that is holding up this.
Yeah, he pounds both his hands down to like break the grip, and then grabs Vaughn and pulls him up to a space. He goes, "I fucking love you!" and turns and throws him.
And his body
I love you too!
flaps against it, and you see this wheel just start to turn. And even though it's on the ground, it doesn't like immediately close, but it takes it up to that next level where one more turn with strength is enough to like probably close it. Not only that, you're free of Vaughn's grip. I think this was round 3 of 5. So you're so close to just like surviving. But Margot is still in rough shape, and you look over there, like you see Margot just like a Mortal Kombat guy at the end, like, finish him.
Oh dear.
And it is Vaughn's turn. Vaughn, you've been thrown across by your man, by Oberon. You just see him, like, he throws you, but you almost feel like you're caught in a ballroom dance. Like he threw you, and now his hands are outstretched to you to come back.
Yes. And you just see me like steady myself against that winch as a gung, 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 because I'm like pulling it down and then standing. And just with like eerie calm in the middle of all this insanity, yeah, I'm fully seeing like you just see him dust himself off and kind of like straighten the mustache, like extend his hand to you, click his heels, and like bow.
What are you doing?
He just
Love it.
as he just kind of walks towards you with his hand outstretched.
No, get it away from me. Get it away. Just try to slap his hand away. No, I want it.
You just high five him.
Yeah.
Harpsichord
fear,
music in the
old man.
background.
Nothing to fear. Nothing at all to fear.
So what do you do? Do you
I mean,
tackle him?
He's walking to me. I feel like he's a mile away from me.
go
So
to-
it probably takes him an entire turn.
I walk to him and try to take him by the hand and grab it.
Yeah, just come dance with me.
But I'm still under the effect of my head wound.
Yeah, sure. Give me a strength check, Rob. Give me a strength check.
No more luck to really work here. 49 under 70.
Did you ever think that the final boss would be each other? No. 49
I think about that
under.
when I think about American politics.
Shallow and pedantic. All right,
put it
so
on the
that's a
flag.
regular success. And what'd you get there, Vonnie?
I got myself an old 67 under 75.
Another regular success. The aggressor wins, so he grabs you. And like, Carter, you feel like you're being swept up in a dance. It is so weird and like unsettling.
When did you get this strong? Jesus!
And it is like I'm kind of turning you ballroom style, arm like at the base of your back, but the grip on your hand is like way too hard.
I say no to you.
And you turn him around towards the pit, and you see all those faces in the pit, and they just look like a gallery of well-dressed people, like, oh, so beautiful. It is now Margot's turn. Margot, you are one successful hit.
Oh, God.
Away from death. What is going through your head right now?
Through my head or through Margot? My head?
Both.
Fucking my head. I'm just kind of like, well, if I want to aim the shotgun, that means I lose my extra dice. I only have 25 in shotgun, but I've got 41 in brawl.
Yeah, and you've got to spend. You got to spend this round reloading because you shot last. So your shotgun is useless to you now.
Oh well, this makes my choice really easy. Margot, what she's thinking
Run
is,
or fight.
Holy shit, I'm gonna die right now. I don't want my friends to die. She takes out her
You can reload and
combat
shoot
knife.
one round with a penalty, says Michael.
Michael chimed in and said you can reload and shoot one shot with a penalty. High risk, possibly high reward, but you have to kill. It has to be a kill shot.
I think
That's
it's
really
too
tough.
high risk because of the fact that I have a 25. So if I don't have the extra bonus die of being point blank and I'm aiming, it's just really hard to hit. So I think she's going to take out her combat knife. Like I'm imagining she's like on the ground or something and Millie's like on top of her, like trying to get at her. And she just like wiggles to the side and takes out her knife and then just tries to just get her right in the head. Because she knows she gotta hit her
Right in the
head.
dome, right. That's the only thing that's going to actually do damage. So that will be a penalty die to aim at the head.
Cool. Okay. I'm gonna die, you guys.
When you want to target a specific part of the body. The good news is she's not fighting back.
Okay. Okay. No, this is the best option. Here we go. Here we go. They're both the dice are the same again, and it's an 88 over 41.
Brutal.
So
that's a fail.
that's a fail.
It's Millie Adams' turn.
No.
You
Oh boy.
you go to stab and you just like miss. And she just like claws at your face and her fingers are like pushing against your eyeballs. And as she's doing it, you're like seeing yourself painting this portrait of a creature clawing your eyeballs. You're like regarding it as it's happening to you. You want to fight back or try to dodge her kill shot?
Oh man.
I could roll 2 ones, but if a successful hit, the average damage would be a kill shot.
So dodging the attacker wins, fighting back. I mean,
What's better? I mean, fighting back, the good thing about that is if you have a higher success, you'll do damage.
I'll do
But
damage.
the bad thing is, like, if I tie you, I do damage. Dodge, you've just got to tie me and you'll miss. So it's fighting
do
back is high
dodge.
risk, high reward.
Let's do dodge.
You want to get out of dodge? All right, here we go.
Go for it.
Oh man, I'm pulling for you, Margot. But it's not up to me.
Do you need to roll anything?
Yeah, I got to roll to attack. I could miss the attack.
Yeah.
She's trying to just clamp down on your face.
She's a slow old zombone. She might not make the attack.
What did you roll?
Got a hard success, a 25 under 52.
And I failed.
I live another round, maybe.
Give her a flip.
Your sweaty face, her hands slide off of it. And it is Fairuz.
Oh, Fairuz, please save us. Do something
Fairuz, you
magical.
threw that fire in there. Give me another D8 worth of damage
Okay.
from the fire. That's just consistent burning.
Oh god.
Another 8.
Another 8, 16
doing
points
something.
of damage. All right, so, it's just melting. You smell burning flesh and hair just filling up the entire room. What do you do? As Carter and fucking Vaughn are like fighting near the pit, right on the edge, and meanwhile Margot and Millie Adams are on the ground wrestling.
Okay, explain the situation. Is it by a rope that's lowering this down? That's
So there's
on a
this like
reel?
weird winch pulley system that like when Carter threw Vaughn into it, it like lifted it off the ground.
But
And
is
now
it-
the next phase would be lifting it down. But you remember when you were here the first time, it took 2 of you to like combine strength to do it.
But is this a thing where if like I cut a rope, it just falls down?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Because I have a knife on me and I want to climb up and just hack that thing off so it just
Okay.
falls down.
Okay, that's interesting. All right, so you move over there. You climb up to where you're like looking at this. You're starting to do like, quick calculations on this. Give me a strength check to try and cut through this thick cord.
Feiruz.
You got it. I rolled a 12 under 75. That is an extreme success.
An extreme success. You've found a strength you didn't even know you had. And you slice through this and just wham! This stone slab goes down and you smell that burning underneath that continues to burn this creature
We got a smoker going.
that Makunga Madari called the Chakota. Smoke just like spilling out between the cracks. That seems to be out of the way, which could very well save Carter's life. But Margot is still in a tough position, and now it goes to Carter. No longer afraid about being thrown in this pit, but
Yeah.
things aren't good. You've grown close to Margot too,
Yeah.
so you're torn.
Margot, I'm coming for you. This is my next round. I'm coming
I
for
want
you.
to. Yeah, I want
I
to try to
have to
break away.
live,
I'm gonna
though.
try to break away from Vaughn.
Yeah.
Okay,
To get to
straight up
Margot.
strength versus strength, or brawl versus strength.
Brawl.
Well, what are you trying to do? If you're just trying to break away, it's strength.
Okay, then yeah, I'm trying to break away.
Okay, you have comparable strength, so it's just like, get off me! Strength versus
Seriously,
strength.
Vaughn, I've just had enough of this shit. It's been a long day. There's a lot going on. Margot needs us. Asshole.
You just hear me whispering like, up on the heels, down on the toes. Radio, that's where it goes. That's how I do the varsity ride. As I'm like pushing you closer.
I got a regular success.
And I got what they call a failure.
So you break away, 1 round away from Vaughn being back to his senses. Vaughn, it's back to you. Your dance partner is being a bit coy.
No means no. Just cut the shit.
Yes, of course, but you're not speaking in your voice. I'm compelled. I'm going for him, of course.
Dance
Obviously.
with me.
Can't we like zoom into Vaughn's mind and while he does some sort of opposed strength to the spell?
Yeah, if only I could go into my mind palace where I'm like pushing against this.
All right, so you're
mind
coming at me to
palace.
grab me.
Yes.
And then, okay, so then I'm doing a brawl or a strength to,
This is strength versus strength here.
I got a regular success.
I failed.
All right, so it's cat and mouse, but like what you've done, Carter, by having little successes along the way is just kept yourself alive, and now the pit is closed off. So he's grabbed you again, but you know that like whenever Vaughn's had these episodes, they don't last forever,
Yeah.
and so you're just hoping it will end, and it does end next round. However, that's not the problem anymore. The problem is Margot and this creature, Margot. Now it's going to fight back against you. If you try to strike it, what do you do?
Run away. Just run.
Fighting
just
back.
run.
Well,
Get away.
Well, so let's see. If I want to try to get away, like flee.
You're not grabbed. We just narratively said you guys were struggling on the ground, but that struggle could have gotten to its feet.
Flee would be like a
Cowardly.
dex,
Oh,
right? Oh,
sorry, no, just throwing it out there. No, flee. You can just run. Just get out of there, like you did against that serpent.
and I don't
That's the
need
thing
to
about
roll
Cthulhu.
any.
Sometimes running away is the best thing you can do.
And I don't need to roll anything because we're not actually grappled. It
Right,
was
if
like
you're grappled,
flavor.
totally different story. So you
Okay.
could just
I
like
run away.
you break away and you hope that your friends can save the day. However, now you've exposed your friends to this creature, and this creature goes to bite one of your friends, and I'd like you to roll a d6.
Oh shit.
On a 1-2, it's Vaughn. On a 3-4, it's Carter. On a 5-6, it's Feyruz.
I personally am going to need a sanity roll after this.
I feel that.
I will
feel
say
that.
that's not fair.
1-2 Vaughn, 3-4 Carter, 5-6 Feyruz.
I rolled a 6.
It goes to
But
bite.
she's up on top of the thingy.
I am
far
on
away.
top of the thingy.
She is on top of the thingy, so that would have been 1-2-3 Vaughn, 4-5-6 Carter.
Oh,
So it
fuck.
comes after Carter. I forgot about the thingy. So
Nowadays,
fine.
everybody want to talk.
Carter,
like this
you can
and say,
fight
"Yeah,
back
the thing."
or you can dodge.
I think my fight back is better. That's a brawl, right?
Okay, high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
Let's roll, my friend. Millie
We
Adams.
tried to help you, just for the record.
Regular success.
I got a hard 29 under 77.
Oh my God! So
God,
you
you're-
fight back and you do damage.
My man.
All right, so what do you? It's just
Hell
like a
yeah.
punch.
Face.
Dude, I thought that was a fail from you.
So she, well, I mean, she tries to take a bite out of me.
Yeah.
And then there's like this, like we're kind of by the closed hatch. There's like a winch thing, right? Like an arm that comes up and over the hatch.
Yeah, that's where Feyruz is. I'm
That's where
finally
I'm-
moving the pawns around
Yeah, so
here.
Vaughn just sort of, Carter just kind of moves away while she goes, like, and things snap, and I just take her head and go, and like smash it against the arm.
Right, okay. I like it. All right, give me damage. Melee damage plus your damage bonus.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. My DB,
Be a D4 plus your DB.
a D4 plus my DB. My DB is a D4 as well. So 2
All right.
D4s.
Yep.
4.
Okay. So you just boom, and you just see like a piece of her head fall off, and like just gray matter leaking out the side. She's in rough shape. And now it goes to Feyruz. Feyruz, you are perched above all of this.
No, I'm going to take my gun out that I had in my pocket and aim at her from the high up thingy, officially what it's called now, and I'm going to shoot at her from there.
So from atop the high up thingy,
Yeah.
you
At her
draw your gun and aim. She does not dodge. She does not dive for cover because she's a fucking zombie. Fire away.
All right. Got to roll under a 67. And I rolled a 21.
Nice.
Holler.
Boom! Give me the damage.
All right, let me see what this damage is. It's a 1d6. Oh, I got 3. I could fire 3 times.
Pop, pop, pop at a penalty for each.
Yep. Okay, so the first one is 6 points of damage.
Okay, but roll the penalty just to make sure you hit. Like you have to take a
But that's for
penalty
the first
die.
one. That's for the first one, right?
No, but he's saying
It's
that
like-
to hit is the penalty.
Right, if you want
So
to
the-
unload your cartridge, you have to roll a penalty die for
Okay,
each.
so what I rolled was a 21. I got to roll that at what again?
Just roll the 20 part again, and it's a
Okay.
something 1.
Okay. I rolled lower. I rolled a 12.
All right, so that's a D6 worth of damage.
All right. So the second one,
Yeah.
ooh. That one does not make it.
Okay.
The third
And the
one.
last one with the penny, die.
Okay, that one makes it, but let's re-roll that for the penalty. And I rolled a 2, but the higher one is the 32, so I still get to roll damage on that one.
All right, so that's gonna be 2d6 worth of damage.
Okay, so that second one is a 3, so that is a total of 9 points of damage to the head.
Fairuz just went up there with fucking Herculean strength, cuts through this corded rope, ba-boom! The thing falls over the burning Chakotay, and then you aim at Millie Adams and fucking blow her head off.
Oh my God.
Hell yeah.
Vaughn and Carter are still struggling, but seconds later, Vaughn, you come to, and you just see a room of carnage. You feel like you're back on the battlefields of World War I.
You just see my hands to head like sink down and just like, no.
Also, maybe like I'm against the wall too, just like holding my stomach, just like, oh God, like I'm sitting down now that I can relax.
Also, before we get into the good shit, does Noura have to roll any more like fire damage on that thing that we got cooking?
That thing's just burning. And
It's underneath the thing now.
Yeah, you would
in the Dutch
imagine it's
oven.
just cooking.
All right.
But Vaughn, yeah, you're taken from this like beautiful dance into a battlefield.
What's his name? Your Oberon's beautiful face just dissolves into me, like with my mask like half dislodged. Be like, get the fuck off my fucking phone!
Blood and guts everywhere on the floor.
I was like, no. But
Are you okay? You back?
and I'm just like scooting away from you, like, what? No. What did he do to me? Where is he? And I see him like splattered up against the wall, like, oh. My God.
Yeah.
My God, did you do it?
Are you all right? Jesus.
Do you have control of your mind again?
I feel as though I've done something terrible once more.
Well, he almost killed Tillinghast.
Dear God. And I'll stand up and just like take you by the arms, and it's way too much like it just was when I was pulling you around. I'm just like, Tillinghast, you must find it in your heart to forgive me. You don't know. He did something to me. He reached into my mind.
I know, baby. It's all right. I believe you. We've seen enough shit. I got you. And then Carter is like, you're good. And like moves
my head.
Vaughn
And
to the
like,
side and
bleeding.
goes straight to Margot.
Yeah.
And I grab Margot's face in both of my hands. And I'm just like, are you okay?
No, I'm not. I'm very hurt. I'm very wounded.
I just keep mushing your face like you're.
Stop mushing my face.
I'm sorry, but you're okay. I mean, are you alive? You're okay.
I mean, I'm alive right now, but I need to go I need medical attention. She's like holding her side.
Oh
like,
yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yes, get her to the hospital, and some bloody thing struck me upside the head.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, my friend. I was trying to keep you from throwing Miss Tillinghast into that pit.
Oh, fair cop. Thank you. Thanks for that. What a lovely scepter.
I'm keeping this.
Does Troy? Does it make sense to do a first aid on Margot here? Is she in a spot where that's required?
As long as there's no other further attacks, she's not going to bleed out.
Okay.
But she's in rough shape.
Go.
She's taken a major wound, and she's just like holding her side, and you just look around and there's carnage, but you all hear like a really rapid sound of breathing, and you as you start to quiet and take in the scene, that's when it really comes to, and you look over in the direction of Makanga Madari, who was blown away by Margot at point blank range with 2 shots from her shotgun. I mean, he's got a hole in his chest. You can almost see through him, but somehow he is still like clinging to life, and he's just like, and he like lifts his head up, and he's talking, and he's like, he's
Get
like
out of here.
speaking to someone. He goes, oh my God,
Get out.
Nyarlathotep! He screams and then dies. And the only sound left in the room is that of a ticking clock. And as Makanga Madari screams, Nyarlathotep, praying to him, perhaps just as Augustus Larkin did when he prayed to the father of maggots to save him, or was that the Karasiri? He prayed as well. We go into the alcove and go all the way down on the back wall where we just see that chronometer. Blackout. And that is the end of season 1
Oh my God.
of Time for Chaos. This story has just begun. Before we end the episode, though, I just want to get a sense of everyone's life after this, like a very like broad strokes picture of like after this moment. And I'll start. Like we just see like these series of scenes, and one is like lights come up on Sing Sing prison, and we see a car waiting outside of a long road that leads to the gates of Sing Sing, and the door opens up and it's Rebecca Schoenberg, and she's standing there, and we see the tiny little door of the prison gatehouse open, and a policeman walks out, and then Hilton Adams walks out with a small little box of his belongings in his hands, and he looks back at the police officer who just shuts the door like he was never there. And then it's just this wide shot where you see Rebecca Schoenberg standing at her car in this long row with Hilton Adams, and he walks about 10 feet and sees her and just crumbles to his knees and starts wailing and crying and screaming to the sky. And we black out from there. What happens to Margot after all of this? She's hurt. Where does she go?
Oh, God. She's hurt. I mean, she goes to the hospital and tries to get better, but I feel like she hasn't had a lot of sanity loss, but a recurring theme is that people are always watching. And I feel like it's like starting to like manifest in like a little bit of paranoia. Even if it's not a true kind of like psychotic break and she has that type of trait or anything. I also feel like there may have been some sort of initiation ceremony with the Order. Perhaps now they have done what they needed to do. She paid some dues in blood. She's shown that she's willing to do what needs to be done to get things done. So perhaps there's like a scene where she's just like in this dark room, like vague columns around, lots of people with just like anonymous hoods, and she's going through some sort of initiation with that, moving up the rank.
And maybe at the end of this ceremony, we cut back to a flashback of you after this battle, after this guy yelled Nyarlathotep, of you guys looking through the alcove and finding that cage mask that you never put on, that you never took a photograph of yourself for. and you staring at it. And then we go back to the initiation ceremony where you open a bag and present this mask to the order. And just a bunch of people in robes and masks like nod at what you've done.
Not very approvingly, I would hope. I think she stays in America. I'm not sure if she stays with anyone. I kind of want to let them play out their thing first, but I do think that as part of her epilogue, and something that I meant to do during play, but didn't play out, I feel like she still has the gold mask, and it still pulls to her. And after all that she's been through, I feel like maybe the epilogue, like, for her, blacks out at her putting it to her face.
Oh, one last look.
No, she's never put it on.
Oh, she never put it on. That's right. She's only stared at it. So, like, we just see her. Now she's become initiated. And she has that mask. Blackout. And we cut to Carter Tillinghast.
I mean, so I guess part of this, I don't really know what everyone else is doing. Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to.
It's free play, man.
I know, I'm not trying to get this information from you, Troy, but it's just like, are we going our separate ways or not? That's like a big thing, I guess.
It feels like you're not. It feels like there is time. You're going to need time to recover. I mean, Vaughn is sitting at, like, mechanically very low sanity. Like, to even go on with this mission is going to require, like, taking some time.
Yeah.
But ultimately, if you are to follow in Jackson Elias's wishes, which you don't have to, you've just begun.
Okay. All right. So here's.
If it also helps, like, I thought, like, if we stayed together, maybe we get an apartment in New York together, if that's a thing that you
Fun.
want to do.
Oh, that's multicam sitcom. Yeah. Okay. So this is what I'll say. So Carter is they're back in their whatever hotel room. They're not Waldorf Astoria room. It's kind of like packing his stuff. So we don't really know where everyone else is in this moment. He's kind of packing his stuff up, and comes across like a bundle of letters, right? And they all say to, like, Dear Myrtle or whatever. They're like his old letters back and forth when he was conning this woman. And we flashback to Carter in Myrtle's estate house, finishing reading the letter that came from Jackson.
The telegram.
The telegram, yeah. That's like, come to New York, stop, Carlisle.
Have information concerning Carlisle expedition, stop.
Yeah.
Need reliable investigators.
So we're back in that moment when Carter first read that. He sees it, and, like, he got super excited, and he was, like, pumped to see his friends again, and pumped to, like, he'd spent all these years, like, wanting to do good, and now is the chance to, like, get back at it. So he had yelled up, like, Myrtle, I'm gonna need a train ticket, first class, or whatever. And then, which is what I think we saw back when that happened. But now the scene it keeps going. And he's like, Myrtle, baby? And he walks up the stairs, and he goes into the master bedroom, and Myrtle is in bed, and she's dead. And Carter sits there, and he's looking at her. And this was everything that he wanted. This was like the whole con it took way longer than he wanted to, and he got a horse hoof in his face. But it's finally happened. And he's staring at her, and he just walks up to her, and he, like, gives her a kiss on the forehead, and then he packs the personal shit that he had before they ever met, and he puts it in a bag, and he leaves. And he never looks back. He never tries to get the inheritance. He knows that he's in deep with the mob, the whole reason he was trying to make this money, and he leaves. And then goes to New York, gets involved in all of this shit, And maybe the last thing we see him do is he's packing up the duffel bag, and maybe he's like looking out to the other rooms where he thinks everybody is. And he walks up to Margot, and he just goes, "Tell me about this order." And then that's it.
Feyruz, you survived. What's your life like after this moment?
After we do this little silent, sad montage of us getting our apartment together,
Just haggling with landlords. $30 a month, are you out of your mind?
you know, there's a sad, like, putting a picture frame of Jackson Elias on a fireplace mantle. But we see that we cut to this, like, Feyruz looking out the window of a train, taking a train back to Miskatonic.
Oh, I like that.
And she has, and then next we see her in the library in this very dark corner. And this is like hours and hours, like the sun goes up and down of her like poring over these books that they've collected over time. And then we cut to another scene of her packing little things. She's not like moving out. She still has a space at Miskatonic to call her own. But she's packing little things, and she does see this like picture frame, and it's like a two-sided fold-up one. And it's of her mom and dad on one, like an old wedding photo. And the other one is of her mom holding Feyruz as a baby. And she kind of folds that, puts it in her bag. And she's like, has this feeling in the pit of her stomach that something is still not right. And she thinks about the order that was there watching her and her dad being there that night. And finally, she goes to see her dad. And it's kind of like a, I'll see you when I see you. And she takes from her bag the scepter that she found. And she says to her father, whatever it is that you and the Order are doing and are not telling me, never forget that you need me. You need me. And she's like gesturing with this scepter. You need me.
And I imagine in that moment you feel power over your father, like a queen, like the queen that you felt you were when you first grasped the scepter, and you feel like confident. But then we turn to your father's perspective, and he looks at you, who has been, I imagine, poring over these books that you found in Carlisle's safe. Of all the people here, you're the one that's been delving into these. It started with Africa's Dark Sex that you found in the basement of Juju House, but now you've been dealing with these other books. And as you continue to read these books, you feel power, but you feel like drawn into something. So you think you're this elegant, confident, I'll tell you, but it turns to look from your father's perspective, and you've got like bags under your eyes, and your skin is sallow, and your eyes are as wide as Makunga Madari's. And so you see fear in your father's eyes, and he's just nodding. Okay. And then we cut to Vaughn Villiers, who has defied all odds and survived the prologue in the first chapter of this adventure, and is now down to a gentleman's, 7 sanity?
Well, I mean, getting there.
11? A baker's dozen?
14.
14. Lucky 14.
Respectable 14.
So, what's your life like here?
I think Margot comes out of an anesthetic haze in a New York hospital and just hears murmuring and sees hunched in the chair next to her, unaware of her consciousness, Von Villiers, like, with pushing beads through his palm, just like, loving Father, touch her now with your healing hands. I believe that your will for her is to be well in body, soul, and mind. Cover her with your most precious blood. Your Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. He's just repeating this prayer of healing. And then we cut out of that, and then we cut to the purple ascot of Bradley Gray.
Dinner on Monday night.
and who is like laughing and telling a story, and as Vaughn is just kind of like swirling a drink in one hand and looking through him with like a 1,000-yard stare, and it's just like, yes, old boy, charming story. And you see that maybe the two of them walking and entering an apartment, the door shutting, it going dark, and then you see Vaughn in a confession booth. And you don't see what he's saying, but as it moves through and you see the priest just recoiling in horror as like this litany of things is coming out of his mouth. And then finally, paying some money at the door of a speakeasy, all alone, probably having fronted money for a lease for an apartment in New York. And walking up to a band leader and like slipping a coin to them. And then and just again, like sitting 1,000-yard stare, smoking. Someone comes over and like waves them away. And the band picks up and Vaughn just walks out into the floor and holds no one and just begins to dance like, me and my shadow, walking down the avenue. Me and my shadow, all alone and oh so blue. Just dancing to everyone around as though he's dancing with a ghost.
And we cut to black. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking with us for one of the longest eps I've done in a long time. And I mean, I could go for another 5 fucking hours right now.
This felt like it flew by.
Oh my God, that was so wonderful. Thank you, Kate, Rob, Ross, Noura. Joe behind the scenes is like, I want to go to bed, I imagine. Michael was fucking sharp all day long, all season long. Thank you, the people who have fallen in love with Time for Chaos. We are just beginning, and we will see you next year for season 2. Where do we go next? Where do we go next? Good night, everybody.